in residence program here at SB College. We invite our HOD, Professor PJT, to welcome Professor Chakrabarty to the event.
Yeah, more than welcoming our chief guest, I welcome all of you, all the students, because you are the future and you are the ones who are going to benefit from this exercise. So this is going to be an open-ended Q&A, elaborate interaction. So I want to welcome you all with all kind of seriousness and love, so that you may be able to, frame some questions and then put it to him and so on. And then also I very, very warmly and respectfully welcome Dipesh also for this interactive session. And I want to make an apology in the beginning. In the thick of things, I said that means uncle. I want to make a correction there. That only means an elder brother. So Dada was cut short into Da and Di. This is like in Hindi bhai. You call everybody by bhai. And so Bengalis, they respect each other a lot. So therefore, I address him as Dipesh Da. So I'm sorry for that confusion. So in Malayalam, in fact, we don't Chetan and so on. So we don't have a name like that. Is there an expression in Malayalam for that kind of a respect? Chetan. Yeah, you call Chetan, like brother and so on. Nothing like bhai or, no G here. No. So anyway, with that apology and correction for your own understanding, I welcome Dipesh for some comments if you want, 1 or 2 comments, and then we'll take questions.
We can go to questions straight. I mean, yeah.
We can take the questions left from the other previous session.
Yeah, maybe we can start with those, no?
We have some
questions here. Yeah.
So this is a freewheeling conversation, and we expect sincere participation from both online and offline participants. And the questions can be based on today's session, areas of research and interest. So let's begin with the question that's left from the morning session, as you can see in the screen. I assume that the infrastructure of freedom is westernized, resulting in an unsaid sense of superiority to the West. And if we are to reimagine our freedom, an attack on the West, its power and prestige is imminent. But the debate of planetary future majorly involves Western academia. So is it possible to break the West superiority and reimagine new ways of freedom despite the contemporary global phenomenon of proliferation in right-wing politics?
Sorry. No, I understood the question. Yeah. Oh, English. Oh, this is somebody from this college. Yeah. I know, but it says English SB College. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So let me take the question on its merit, irrespective of who asked it. The infrastructure, and let's break it down. Infrastructure of freedom is westernized, resulting in an unsaid sense of superiority to the West. Okay. So, firstly, let me say what I think is true in that statement. The infrastructure of freedom is westernized. So when you take a concept like equality, freedom, any other social concept that is a concept has 2 sides. One you call the discursive side, which is what does the concept mean? What would be its opposite concept? So say the concept of equality. Now equality you might ask, does equality mean sameness? Does equality means that you can be equal but different, right? These questions are always asked. Does equality refer to a scale of measurement? So does equality have units to it? So if I ask these kind of questions, I'm asking about the discursive side of equality. But then concepts have what they call a figural side, which is how would you envision it? How would you, what kind of, what will it look like? If I asked you, what would equality look like? So when you want to visualize a concept, that's when a concept becomes part of your history. Because then you refer to what feels like inequality in your own situation. So, for instance, so do you have the practice of doing pranam in, like touching the feet of an older person? Do you have that? In North India, right? Like I grew up being told if I met somebody, a dada or uncle or a grand uncle, then the way to show respect was to touch their feet. In Sanskrit or Bengali, you would say to take the dust of their feet, padadhuli, right? And it is to indicate that I am as humble as the dust of your feet. The dust of your feet is like blessings for me. So you touch the person's feet, you take the, symbolically you touch your own feet. Now, for a long time, when I was growing up, I did not question this. It's only when I became interested in the idea of equality, and I had to think, okay, what would equality look like? I then thought, this is inequality. So I stopped doing pranam, and my father was very upset because somebody, older person would come, my father would say, touch his feet, and I would not, and then my father would say to me, that was rude, why didn't you do it? I'm talking about myself as 15, 16, adolescence, when you kind of rebel. And I would say, but you told me he's a corrupt person, he takes bribes. Why should I take the touch the feet of a man? And then we'd have an argument with my father. Now that's the figural side. No English young man would have undergone this because pranam didn't exist in their culture. That's why I asked you if you did it, right? So the figural side has a, what in sometimes you call a path dependency. So in visualizing equality, you start at some point in your own history, but the conceptual side is universal, right? So any professor can stand up in class and say, is equality the same as sameness? That's a universal question. And conceptually you can discuss it. So you can read Amartya Sen's book on the idea of equality and inequality, or then you will find, so if you take two books side by side, Amartya Sen's book on idea of equality and Andre Bethe's anthropological essays on equality and inequality that he edited once in the 60s in a Penguin edition, you will find that if I have to anthropologically think of equality and inequality, then I think more of the figural side, right? For instance, you ask, what were the Tias expected to do, right, in caste history? Who was allowed to enter a temple and who was allowed to enter a temple or not? See, if I start a temple entry movement, then clearly I'm situating the question in my own history. Now, the same thing with the question of what's Western and what's mine. So what happens is when I borrow something which is conceptual, a bridge building technology may be the same, or there might be minor differences. But when I borrow a concept, I cannot borrow it without translating it, even if I speak English. Because when I bring it into my own history, that is, then the figural side cannot be the same as what it was in the original context, right? So in that sense, I would argue that while it is true the infrastructure of freedom is westernized, but because the concept of freedom cannot ever be totally westernized if I make it my own, because I'll do things on the figural side, then the infrastructure will have a different relationship to the figural side, right? So in that sense, it cannot, if the concept appeals to me, so think of now Ambedkar and equality. Obviously, it appeals to him. But a Western person wouldn't have to think about Buddhism to become equal, right? He could have thought of Islam, he could have thought about many other options, but he wanted to ground it in South Asian history. So in that sense, when we take concepts from other people and we really make them our own, making them our own cannot ever be a story of a complete triumph of the original source, right? On the other hand, there's no question that the West had developed infrastructures of domination. And those infrastructures of domination are, for instance, let's say military technology, which was one of the bases for Western domination. Sometimes we've actually borrowed the technology and used it for the same purpose of domination. So if you look at India as a nation state, sometimes we have marginalized our own people in the same way that the West has sometimes marginalized us. Sometimes we produce Indian variants of racism. So my question is that when we think of the second sentence, when we think of in order to imagine our freedom, is an attack on the West, its power and prestige is imminent. Again, I sort of, with respect, marginally disagree, because as I said, freedom itself is a translated concept. So go back to the concept of freedom. Its figural side is already part of my history. Its figural side, it cannot be a repetition of what happened in the history of Holland, what happened in the history of, because I visualize standing within a tradition. Again, and sometimes we inhabit each other's things, like for instance, and it can happen in our school. So if you go to, in Calcutta, in my experience, students in elite English medium schools behave somewhat differently than students in Bangla medium schools. Elite students in English medium schools could shrug. Bangla medium students never shrugged. You know, shrugging itself is inhabiting your body in a particular way. The other thing you have to realize that when you shrug and when you do things that the West, you sometimes imitate because the West, that so-called West, presents you with something which is eroticized. You know, people don't copy something that they hate copying. People imitate something that is attractive to them. So one also has to think about why the West had such a power of attraction. So this entire nation, Japan, is my best example always, because Japan completely westernized itself, not completely, again, wrong term, westernized itself majorly without ever having been colonized throughout the 19th and 20th century, and sometimes beat the West at its own game. Japan became an imperial power, that's different, but the copying of the West, translating, for instance, there was a tradition of Japan inviting German professors, philosophy professors, come to teach in Japan. And then they decided teaching Japanese German in order for them to learn to philosophize in the way that German philosophy was produced was too expensive, too time consuming. They just appointed people to translate all German philosophical texts. So all I'm saying is that this question was complicated, and if you stand back, you realize why it was complicated. It's because when we did not think about the planet, when we did not think about environment, the West, we condemned the West for its imperialism. Even Westerns inside to the West condemned it for imperialism. But the West stood for a better quality of life. People ate well, people longer, people had more comforts. If you, at least for old Bengali magazine, 19th century, some of the first people who went in England were mesmerized by the underground tube in London. that trains could actually run underground, under the Thames, was an amazing engineering feat. So you can't sort of discount the sense of wonder these things produced. Or let's say if you talk about Indian scientists who were, and forget someone like J.C. Bose, think of Birbal Sahani, who was a paleobotanist, who was completely in love with the subject. Think of S.N. Bose, Meghnad Saha, and all these people who learned German in order to read Einstein. Bose did. So so I think the top question is complicated. The West stood for something that seemed powerful, rational. Ask yourself why somebody like Gandhi, until he comes back to India in 1915 permanently, always said he was a proud subject of the British Empire. So people in India thought that in spite of all their problems, they are showing us some path of progress for humanity, which involved the invention of science, the discoveries of science, and all those things. Many of the scientific discoveries couldn't have been made without imperialism. So think of a subject like geology, think of a subject like botany, think of a subject like evolutionary biology, Darwin's travels of Humboldt. This would have been impossible without Western power and access, right? Just as ethnographic explorations among the Yarwas in the Andamans would have been impossible without imperial sort of access. But these disciplines also inspired people to do work in those things. So the question of the West, what is the West, is complicated, and it's complicated for the colonized people. If you're an Aboriginal person, indigenous person who have lost his land, way of life, is different. But if you look at the role of missionaries in India, in producing dictionaries of our languages, in producing educational institutions, sometimes working with the low caste people, I mean, Jyotiba Phule, look at the American missionaries bringing anti-slavery texts and things. Why does Phule call his first text against caste system Gulamgiri? It comes out of anti-slavery movement, right? So the West, and where does Marxism come from? And where does liberalism come from? So the question of the West is deeply complicated by these things. And what we used to think that what was complicated about the West was that the West produced both the Enlightenment and empires. Both the Enlightenment, the scientific revolution, and the so-called, and the destruction of indigenous people. Now we know that this industrial mode of civilization has a price. But that price, remember, comes out of this conundrum that this is a civilization that for the first time has sustained so many human beings. And these human beings are now producing middle classes with aspirations. Aspirations come from a past, and there's a kind of conflict between what we aspire to and the planetary environmental crisis. But I'm not saying the aspirations are all wrong or immoral. There's nothing wrong with humans wanting to live better. It's the only thing is you have to ensure that you don't imperil yourselves, and you have to understand what are the things that actually imperil life. So this question that has come up it's come up because of it's a I would say post 90s and mainly post 1950s. The realization becomes very, very clear in the 1970s and 80s that we are a high energy based civilization. The bulk of this energy comes from fossil fuels, and that is a major problem. We are a growing population. We need things for our sustenance like protein and stuff. So we have to coax the biosphere to produce all this. That becomes a problem. That's why the question is, I don't see the question of the struggle between West superiority and our imposed inferiority. The struggle now is global. As I was saying, that the bulk of the consumers are now in China, in India, in Africa. The bulk of fish production is happening in China. China is a global supplier of all of those things. So this is not an anti-colonial struggle. It is actually, it requires us to understand what kind of civilization we have collectively come to inhabit. One can blame the West for its imperial past. But how long will we explain? How long will we go on explaining the Adanis and the Modis and the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and all of this politics by blaming the West? Right. So respectfully, I said, I think there's a core of truth in the question, but there's also, I have disagreements with the question. Right. So right. Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I see I can't, that's why it's the two things I want to say. So I personally feel, okay, let me take a step back and tell you this, that today we know that the majority forms of life on the planet are microbial, microbes. Humans are a very minority form of the life on the planet. But if you look at the biomass of animals involving us, then 96% of the animal biomass is made up of humans and the animals we keep to eat or milk. That is animals. Only 4% belongs to wild animals. So, and this is where, and these happens because, as I was saying, we've industrialized other forms of life. So the situation is like this. So you have 8 billion people. You go to the planet and say, look, I need grain for 8 billion people. Sorry, boss, I have to feed these people. Can you produce enough grain for 8 billion people? The planet kind of says, I can, if you feed me with artificial fertilizer, blah, blah, blah. But I will have to, in return, produce some methane gas, right? Or you say, can you produce so much fish? The planet will say, yes, I can produce so much fish with your fish stock and everything, but you feed the fish. But maybe these other forms of life will have to die. And when that happens, you realize that what keeps life going on this planet is not us. It's the microbes. It's the work that the bacteria, the viruses, the fungi, the protists, the phytoplanktons, these things do. As I was telling you, during lunchtime we were talking about lungs and oxygen. This oxygen in the air has been kept, if the oxygen goes up too much, then what happens? Maybe I can ask the students. I know that you're all humanities students, but it's a very simple question. What happens if there's a lot more oxygen in there? Speak up. If you're wrong, it doesn't matter. If you give me a wrong answer, it doesn't matter. It's easy to be wrong. But what happens? What do you think would happen? Now the oxygen is 21% of there. So suppose I made oxygen 60% of there. And we love oxygen. During the virus, remember the pandemic crisis, we couldn't get enough oxygen. So what would happen if the air had 60% oxygen? Any answer? Sorry? Things will burn, absolutely. And what happens if oxygen was 6%? You'll suffocate. Excellent. So oxygen in the air, and this is true of not just humans, also animals that breathe oxygen. So the oxygen has been maintained in the air. It has to be maintained within limits so that it doesn't go too high, doesn't go too low. The problem with oxygen is that oxygen quickly mixes with other gases. So to maintain oxygen, you have to keep supplying fresh oxygen. Who does that? We breathe it, we don't do it. We have no role in the maintenance of oxygen. It's phytoplanktons, little fungus, fungi, plants, they do the job. And you know for how long they've been doing this job? For 375 million years. When you see that, boss, you feel small, right? When you see that we are actually dependent on these little things, things we normally think inferior to ourselves, for this basic thing called oxygen, then you realize that these things, we are not the end in view. The oxygen is not maintained so that humans can live. Even if humans hadn't come along, even if we had not evolved, this oxygen level would be there. So this is what I call the planetary. The planetary arrangement is not necessarily meant for us. We assume, like when I read Tagore, the line says, the mystery of creation is not complete until it reaches the human being. Are Baba, why? If you think the age of this planet, when it dies, naturally, let's say, 100, right? Then humans come when the planet is 80. The problem with modernity and modernization, not just West's problem, is that we have all assumed that we are the champion creatures. It's all meant for us. But you just have to read the story of oxygen to realize that it wasn't meant for us. We've been able to invent technology to sustain ourselves. So I was giving the example, at lunchtime I was discussing an argument, which is not mine. It actually comes from the Israeli historian Harari's book called Sapiens, which is a popular book, right? Available if you read it. He makes a very interesting point. He says that hominins, that is before Homo sapiens, so our ancestors, who had sort of branched off from the great apes, but not human yet, but who had invented fire. So these kind of pre-human humans, their stone tools have been discovered. And they find that the major purpose of the stone tool was to break bones. So why? Because he says, and I think the argument is right, because our ancestors were squarely in the middle of the food chain, not the top. Now we are now at the top of the food chain, or the web, what it's called these days. They could only access a dead animal after the lions and the hyenas had had their share. So basically the bigger animals took all the flesh. So they had to break the bones to get to the marrow. Right? Now we have become, so Harari also argues that, things normally happen in animal history on an evolutionary scale. So evolution works very slowly, not for creatures that has many, depends on how many generations, how long it takes you to go through certain generations. Now, but he argues, which is right, I think, that by the time the lion became a really good hunter, the deer became a really good runner. So some kind of balance was maintained between, lions becoming hunter and deer becoming runner. This is what happens in evolution. So if human beings were able, if the invention of, let's say, deep sea fishing trawlers happened on an evolutionary scale, then the fish would have learned how to avoid the trawler and deal with it. But the fishing trawler is invented on the scale of growth of technology, which is very, very quick. And in the animal world, other animals make their adjustments to a new development on an evolutionary scale. So the fish had no chance. If you look at whaling, if you look at the fishing technology, you will find that one way we exhaust the fish is because we now pull in catches. But that's because the pace of technological development change is so much faster than the pace of evolutionary change. And other animals depend on evolution to learn and pass it on, except for few creatures. Like there's a book by a guy called Carl Safina on whales, and he actually shows that in certain respects, whales also have culture. Like there are things that whales teach their children culturally. They don't learn the evolution in an evolutionary way. So when you learn these things that we are a minority form of life, when you realize that this simple thing like oxygen that I depend on, you depend on every moment of our life, and people who died sadly in the pandemic gasping new, or people who suffer from respiratory problems because of pollution, whatever. Then you know. I mean, I had COVID and I had to be hospitalized because I had breathing problems. So and when you have breathing problems, you realize how much you depend on this thing. And then when you read and you learn that we don't do anything to maintain it. We industrialized it. I mean, industrial oxygen is produced out of atmospheric oxygen. We industrialize it. So in some ways, what I'm talking about is the expansion of our industrial capacity to a degree where we interfere with planetary processes. That's what planetarity is, right? But that technology at the same time benefits us in many ways. So, an oxygen cylinder benefits a person who is suffering asthma. When I was a child, there were not these, puffs and things, and in my family there was asthma. And I remember waking up at 3 in the morning and getting an oxygen cylinder from my uncle, who had a very bad case of asthma. Similarly, I mean, people don't call it. Think of nuclear technology. Now, MRI, the magnetic resonance imaging, is actually a nuclear technique. It actually should be called NMRI. It's nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. Now, all of these things are beneficial for us. But you also have to realize that when humans first understood and produced radioactive material, that was the first time that humans actually produced, were dealing with matter that could exist for thousands of years, long beyond human timescales. Right? That's why radioactive waste is a problem, because once you produce radioactive waste, you don't know what to do with it, where to put it. So that's why it's not a question of a simple victory of the West. It's a question of, for me, it's a question of the fact that we have all benefited unequally, because there's inequality in human society. But we've all benefited unequally from this modern technology. But modern technology has a way of interfering with the planetary processes. It has a way of making us forget the planet by making us indifferent to seasonal change. It brings us to a point where you think seasons are an interference with my convenience. My plane won't fly today because it's snowing in Chicago. What an irritation, right? It is an irritation, because you lose money. All kinds of things happen. With these sorts of things. So, but that is something that globally the middle classes have accepted, benefited from. Through the crisis, we are finding out that technology, which has helped to sustain our numbers, is also interfering with planetary processes that actually help us to survive. So there is a conundrum. That's why I said there's nothing wrong morally with wanting to live well, so long as you don't imperil your own life. And we're imperiling our lives by destroying biodiversity, by eating too much of fish, all of those things. So for me, the question is to think about, not to give up on the conveniences, not to give up on aspirations, but to think, how do we refigure it? Remember discursive and figural? So that's why I said, how do you reimagine it? And this has to, clearly, nobody can do it on its own or her own, because it involves technology, but it involves principally thinking locally, thinking in your own life, thinking about here and now questions. Okay, so maybe I'll take another question. Yeah, yeah.
Our next question is from Afsal M. Do you think the autonomy of English as a discipline is dissipating with the emergence of interdisciplinary studies across academia? Or how would you define the purpose of humanities in general, English or literature in particular, in how they can contribute to the development of a sustainable society?
Thank you. So here I hope Thomas and others will help me out, because I'm not an academic of the English department. But so let me begin with the purpose of humanities in general. So, you know, so if you ask what is the humanities? So there are two ways to think about humanities. One is that what are the subjects we call humanities? So in the West, there was a time when humanities or humanitatis was known more or less through certain subjects like prosody, grammar, logic, subjects that we also had in India, at least in the classical languages, these were studied. But another way to think about humanities is that in humanities we study problems that we face every day, every human being does. These are existential problems for which we have no general solutions. So think of questions like, at my age, for instance, aging. Now that is not a shared question, so I won't discuss it. But think of questions like coming into sexuality, dealing with somebody who is more powerful than you are and who you think is acting vis-a-vis you with that knowledge. That's a very common experience wherever you are. Think of the experience of falling in love or falling out of love, being hurt in love. Think of the experience of watching a beautiful sunset. There are these experiences everybody has, and there is not even medical solutions. Nothing like giving you a pill of Zoloft, or if you're depressed, the doctor might say, okay, take this medicine. And what do we do in humanities? I mean, like in humanities, so if you think of the problem of my problem, the problem of aging, you might want to go and read King Lear to see how Shakespeare deals with that problem. So so what we have in humanities from globally are repertoires of stories, including poetry, including plays, which deal with these everyday questions for which we don't have general solutions, but where these stories help us. They either give language to our feelings. You can read, actually, I think, Thomas, you sent me an Emily Dickinson poem. No, somebody did. You did. Yeah. So you can read a poem that gives you that kind of sense of something, time to express the mood. Suppose express how one feels. So humanities does these things, and the difference that today in the humanities I would include films. I would include the OTT platform. I would include new media, because these are also methods of disseminating humanities, except they pose the problems of how to read that we often don't know. I mean, these are very new things, and we are talking about them in particular ways in cultural studies department and other things. So we are not equally conversant with these different things. Then so in that sense, I think humanities are always there, because it's to do with human beings. But recently I taught a course on the humanities, on Western humanities, with a French friend of mine who was visiting. He's a classicist. His name is François Hartog. very well-known man, wrote a very wonderful book on Herodotus, um, well-known French intellectual. So we were visiting, and I basically was a student in the class, even though we were co-teaching. I'm not a specialist, he is a specialist. And it's very clear that when we discuss Prometheus and the old Greek myths, so it's fascinating. In the old Greek myths, um, for the beginning, they pose the question of mortality. That gods are immortal, humans want to be immortal, so humans steal Zeus's fire, and humans get punished. Mortality is a human question in many parts of the world. I don't know enough to say everywhere, but surely in Hindu philosophy, in Buddhist philosophy, mortality is a perennial question. When Montesquieu was writing his stuff, he said, so there's a very well-known Bengali poem by Jivanananda Das, where he describes the last kind of fluttering of the flies in the grip of the fingers of a truant of a child. And he describes that fluttering of the wings, butterflies' wings, as just wanting a few more moments of life, right? And Augustine took that idea that gods are immortal, humans are mortal, and changed it to say that God, not gods, God is eternal. God is outside of the cycle of mortality and immortality. Gods may be immortal. Eventually, this idea that the human desire for immortality, which is not satiable, in Montesquieu becomes the desire for a longer life. So Montesquieu says the purpose of politics is to extend life. And you can say that in modernity, that's what we've been able to achieve. So while we've not become mortal, we now come across people who are living into their 80s, 90s, not always healthily, not well. I mean, we sometimes look at people who love. I mean, Ranjit Guha will be 100 on the 23rd of May. And but not a healthy 100 person. And Partho Chatterjee and I were discussing it the other day, is it worth living that long? Right? That has become a question for some of us. I mean, is it worth living? Is it worth? And that's been debated, like where you keep somebody on life support machine, etc., etc. So while with technology we've not become mortal, but we've extended life almost by 50%. Humans used to mostly die out in their 40s. It's quite fascinating, when you when you read evolutionary stuff, human families became 3-generation families thousands of years ago, while our closest cousins, chimps and gorillas, only have 2 generations. So humans were able to sustain themselves to actually have the experience of having grandparents around, right? Then we've done that for, now actually you'll see that some families are 4 generations. That's a new thing in human history. And you might say that what modern technology has given us, it's kind of half fulfilled our desire for immortality, but by extending life. But these are deep questions of the humanities. So if you read the Greek myths, if you read our Upanishads, and this whole discussion between Yama and Nachiketa, the dialogue, you will find that that we have discussed mortality and immortality for a very. That's why I'm saying that in humanities are the subjects where we discuss things that are of existential importance. So it's not surprising that existentialism comes out of Christianity. Like Kierkegaard and people, they're actually thinking these things, whether it's thinking dread or anxiety or fear and trembling, they come out of religious questions because religious questions are existential questions. And nothing can take away the importance of the humanities. The only problem is that people don't give you money to do it, but you sometimes do it as films. If you can't do it as a text, do it as a film, do it as a short film, but I don't think humanities can go away, because you write a novel if you can't write a philosophical text. But these are questions of being human, and they are not, I mean, they will come to you in cultural specific situations, I mean, I would think about in Bangla, you will think about Malayalam, but these are shared questions everywhere. So coming back to this, the purpose of humanities in general, can it contribute to the development of sustainability? Of course it does. Remember that see, I'm not a biologist, but when I read these stories that scientists tell about oxygen, about the role that little creatures play, it humbles me. And I think even humility is not a bad thing in economic planning, because as I say, the last 70 years increasingly have been about forgetting the forgetting or being indifferent to the ways in which the planet tells us it exists. And one of the simple ways in which the planet used to remind humans for thousands of years that it exists was seasons, weather, our life dependent on weather. This monsoon, the culture of monsoon in Asian region was central to life in this region. And if you look at why the Asian monsoon happens, you will see that it has to do with certain developments in the Pacific Ocean on the one side and on the Indian Ocean on the other side. It's a planetary phenomenon. And technology has been about forgetting the monsoon. Take another instance, the Himalayas. It's a growing mountain because it's a young mountain. When you build a lot of roads on this mountain, when you build airports, airstrips, when you militarize this mountain range, it is the most militarized mountain range in the world because of India and China and Pakistan. And so you blast the mountain, it's an unstable inside because it's growing, you cause landslides. There are so many reports that have always warned people against these things. So that's why I think this old 19th century idea, 20th century idea, when I was a child, it was Man's Conquest of Nature was one of the essays we had to read. And I think it's a very stupid idea that humans will conquer nature. And if the realization that this is stupid is a realization becomes a realization with which every child grows up, will think differently and act differently. I have a French friend called Pierre Chabonnier, who has a very interesting book on abundance and liberty. And I was talking to him in Paris last 21. And he said something which stayed with me. He said, Dipesh, there has to come a day when we'll teach children ecology in the way that we teach them numbers today. And when that happens, humans will think differently and act differently.
Thank you, sir. With that, we have come to the end of our afternoon session. Are there any other questions that anyone would like to take up?
Yeah. There's a hand there.
Yeah, and please come.
A microphone goes to the hand.
Can you speak from there?
So, good afternoon. So, in the morning session, you had included a graphical representation about river sinking. So, you had mentioned about river Periyar and river Pampa. So, I think you are familiar with the Sundarban region, and the delta is really sinking. Sinking island phenomenon is also seen in Munro Island in Kerala. So, what's your take about this? You were mentioning about climate change. So, if we start this from a preliminary level or from the school level, can we have a change? Then I have one more question. So it's not from these same questions you were discussing, it's from another area. What's your take on out migration? Here in Kerala, we are recently discussing about all these things because students are going away to abroad and saying that we are not having any opportunities in India. So can I get answers for two those questions?
Yeah, I mean, see what I was trying to say about what happens when you dredge a river like in an unscientific way, just take sand out. And you remember what the graphs were showing is how the river is becoming deeper. The bed is going down, right? So the whole exchange between land and water changes. And that destroys the creatures around the river. It destroys the ratio of the usual uptake of the water by the land. So it can affect agriculture on the land, its quality, the nature of. See, sand also works as a filter, as you know. So that filtration goes. So there's a lot of ecological damage you actually do, and the river doesn't retain its old character. So that's why people say most Indian rivers are actually dying. And that's a long-term problem we face. People are also trying to fix rivers. It's like, it's not like government is not doing anything. At least in Yamuna, in Delhi, I know that they're trying to fix it, but at the same time, in many places, there's a political nexus between the sand mafia, and these mafias can't work without political support. I mean, otherwise the mafia doesn't form without police protection. Out migration, Indian students not getting opportunities. There are two things there. So forget climate change. I'm just talking about economic development here, right? So climate is a different problem. And now I'm talking as a non-specialist, like you and I talking. Because you asked me, I see certain things, I'll just report them. So India is now probably the youngest population in the world, both the largest and the youngest. 50% under 25 years. And the rest, apart from some nations of Africa, bulk of the places you want to go to for better jobs or salaries are aging populations. So they need labor. I mean, India recently made agreements with Australia, actually, about both increasing the permanent intake, but also for the first time, Australia will give Indians, which they used to give to Europeans, working holiday visas. So you can go to Australia for 2 years and you can do back-breaking jobs like fruit picking. But this was settled by negotiation between India and, so they're taking 1,000 people a year. But I see India now developing officially different kinds of labor export policies. So, the first time I left the country, you had to go and, so what happened was, I left the country in 76. And that's when the move towards the Middle East had started. And move to the Middle East started, and there were a lot of corrupt touts who were making money, promising people jobs, and people would turn up and there were no jobs. So there's a lot of exploitation going on. So in my Indian passport, it said that before I could leave the country, I needed to get a certificate from some labor employment bureau or something to show that, to make sure that I wouldn't be exploited by some labor contractor. Now it's going the other way. India is kind of encouraging export of labor because there aren't enough jobs. Because the jobs are still keep being created in the informal sector, right? So whereas we have this huge population. So I would see it as a symptom of that fact that many people want to leave. I mean, think of, the number of students who are studying in Ukraine. I mean, I didn't even know until the war broke out that there were so many. There are Indian students. I regularly see Bangladesh medical colleges advertising on Indian television because there aren't enough medical colleges. So there's a we have a huge young population aspiring to good life, and we don't have enough good institutions. That's why I see them. But interestingly, you see Kerala has an out migration problem. Kerala has a remittance economy and people going out. And we were talking about this last night, but we were talking with a friend in West Bengal. There are a lot of people from West Bengal and Assam and Odisha now coming to Kerala to supply the demand for labor, which is not a bad thing because we're in the same country, except that when that happens, as in Shiv Sena, as in people from the Northeast, we often find indigenous forms of racism and tension, which I haven't heard about from Kerala, but clearly in Bangalore and other places, it's already happened. But I think the labor migration is going to be a very important part of the next few decades, because we have this huge young population looking for jobs. They may not get jobs here. Honestly, from my point of view, it's not a bad thing, because I think the world needs a rearrangement of population, and if many Indians find a place outside, positions that are satisfactory, I don't see anything wrong with it, honestly.
In Kerala, we call them guest workers.
You call the Odia guy guest worker?
Guest worker.
Okay.
Kind of subtle racism.
I'm a guest, that's why I call it a guest worker. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Is there anyone else with a question?
I think all questions have been answered.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate your way of understanding the issues now. It seems like you have completely moved away from colonialism, because
Not completely.
I mean, because you're looking at the whole thing from the planetary perspective. Then I was thinking about a comment that President Bush made. When Indian middle class were trying to consume more, he said the Indian middle class are greedy because we are consuming more. And going back to that question, like the Western is still dominating. When you say that, we do reimagine and think about alternatives and so on, but still the damage the colonialism has done, Western modernity has done. That is one thing, and the other one is like, how do you respond to this idea of indigenous modernity? Like for example.
Okay, so the
that's
problem
the whole
with,
thing.
okay, but Thomas, don't you think if I diagnose you to have been damaged by colonialism, do I then see myself as standing outside the damage? If I don't, if I've also been damaged by colonialism, how do I know that my diagnosis is also damaged by colonialism? How do I know that the diagnosis, which makes such a sharp distinction between the colonized and the colonized, is itself a Western problem? No? That's what Franz Fanon says, that the colonial logic is Manichaean. And if I see a Manichaean logic between me and the West, then I'm reproducing the Western logic of domination.
Completely agreed. Any more comments or some?
Thank you, sir. With that, we have come to the end of our afternoon session. We will be continuing this interactive session tomorrow from 10 to 12 here at Cardinal Paryada Hall. Thank you, Professor Chakrabarty. Thank you all, both online and offline, for your kind cooperation and participation.
Thank you, and we'll. Thank you. And I didn't answer the question on indigenous modernity. We'll pick it up. Yeah. Thank you.
About planetarity, an aspect of being human today. We invite all our online and offline participants to this session. Let us start the event with a silent prayer. I request everyone present to rise for the same. Please be seated. We also welcome Professor PJ Thomas, head of the English department here at SB College.
I mean, if there are questions, we can go on.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ria. Wonderful beginning. And I also want to welcome all of you. And those who are sitting in the back may please move to the front. Come closer, though, because there are a few seats vacant here. Come. Some of you, please move here. Yeah. Last benches, last people, I mean, those in the last row, please move. Anyway, so, well, this is a, great opportunity that Professor Dipesh is here. I know that it takes a lot of effort, to think and also to frame what you think as a question. But unless you do it somehow or sometime, you will never do it. Therefore, it's a golden. So I invite all of you to kind of think of a question and then ask him. In the introduction, I said he works in history, post-colonial theory, environmental humanities, and now he also talks about climate change and planetarity. He has said how he looks at Earth system, how we all are part of a bigger system, not that we are superior or we came here, we have all the right to dominate and so on. These are all some critical issues that we face today, personally also. Like you see how our areas are flooded. There is a earthquake in Turkey yesterday. Around 4,000 people died. So it can happen to us also. So therefore, we are all collectively thinking. It is not just an academic exercise alone, but it actually affects all of us. So please, there are people from Kutanad area, there are people from high ranges. Now, this is a time to kind of have a conversation, and he has extensively researched on these things with data. And therefore, I would invite all the students. I know your inhibition, but I would really request, welcome, and invite you to come up and ask a question. Thank you. And thank you. Welcome, Thomas, also. Okay.
The interactive session planned for today will be divided into two parts. In the morning, we have a 2-hour slot with Professor Chakrabarty. Questions can be based on the topic at hand, areas of research, and interest. In the post-lunch section, we will continue our discussion from 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. Both of this will be conducted at the Cardinal Padira Hall. Online participants can put their questions into the chat box. You may also choose to turn on your audio and video to interact directly with Sir. We hope everybody enjoys the session with Professor Chakrabarty.
So shall we begin with Professor Ravichandran's?
Sure, sure. So the first question we have is from T. Ravichandran. Sir, in terms of planetary perspective, while reading and interpreting literary text, Karan Barad and others suggest a diffractive reading rather than a reflective reading. Could you please throw some light on the diffractive reading in the context of planetary studies?
Thank you, Professor Ravichandran. Can I invite you to actually explain the difference between the two? I've just begun to read Karen Barad. No, I'm not an expert on her. So if you don't mind explaining to me what the difference is, then maybe I can respond to the question in terms of...
Sir, am I audible? If I'm audible, shall I continue?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So my understanding is that the conventional aesthetical reading of literature or any text is purely aesthetical in a reflective sense. Like we are all sitting in the ivory tower or on armchair and then just reflect in the sense of art for art's sake, and we consider that as produced by humans and to be consumed by humans. In diffractive reading, so there is a layered thinking in which the non-human plays a very active role, just like Bruno Latour and others have pointed out. They say that we are all in the network, and then the agential role of things, materials, they say should also be taken into consideration.
Okay, so that actually so many people have said. Donna Harris has said it.
Yeah. Yes.
Isabel Stengers has said it. Bruno Latour has said it. So first of all, I mean, you would agree with me that not all reading before you had diffractive reading was purely aesthetic. There were Marxist readings of literature, right? Which is looking at social history of literature or social use of literature. So not all reading was just for art's sake. I mean, there were politically committed readings. There still are, politically committed readings. But in terms of, so so the question really boils down to how do we read literature or any other text to find the presence of the non-human and its agency, right? So I'll tell you a story which is from a text. So I'm actually repeating a text, but it's also a story. And the story is that, when Michel Foucault was giving his lectures on security, territory, idea of biopolitics. So he gave a series of lectures to explain the idea of biopolitics. And when he began, and the reason why I'm saying it's textual is because I'm only reporting this from the printed version of the lecture. And on the day of his 5th lecture, Foucault came to the lectern and said, I'm not well today, but I'll go ahead with the lecture because you've all come. And he said, I have some sort of viral infection, or I have a cold or something, a bad cold, which was a viral infection. And in a way, for somebody who theorized biopolitics, it's only in his text that we find a perfunctory reference in passing to the agency of the virus that was making it difficult for him to lecture that day. Do you see? But on the other hand, even though he was a theorist of biopolitics, he did not theorize that moment. He did not think about that moment. He just mentioned it in the way that any you or I or anybody would say on a particular day, look, I'm not very well, I've got a sore throat, there's something, ticklish, or I've got a runny nose, right? But actually you have an infection. And in many ways, so I guess what these people are asking us to do, whether Karen Barad or Latour, whose work I know much better than Karen Barad's, or the new materialists, others, Graham Herman and others, what they're trying to do is to, first was make us aware that we humans are not just isolated bodies. So you, T. Ravichandran, has one identity as T. Ravichandran, and I have Dipesh Chakrabarty, another identity as Dipesh Chakrabarty, but our bodies are not only connected historically with other forms of bodies, we share bodily properties. That's why you can experiment with medicine on monkeys' bodies, or some other animal body, rats, for instance, before trying it out on humans, because the bodies are historically connected. But they're saying that the bodies are not only historically connected, the bodies are connected at any particular time, because this idea of microbiome that has become very popular, that our bodies are actually the habitat of zillions, billions of viruses and bacteria. And these viruses and bacteria which constitute our microbiome, they're even arguing now that they have a role in producing the chemicals that allow us to feel the feelings we feel. So you might be, Bruno Latour used to jokingly say that you might think that you are craving chocolate, but it might be your microbiome, the bacteria in your gut that are craving chocolate, right? So, so they have a role in even producing the feelings we feel. And therefore, what you're calling diffractive reading by Karen Barad or Bruno Latour's ANT, action network theory, is really saying that instead of looking on the individual as an isolated subject inhabiting a body, you can look at our bodies as being connected to other bodies. And therefore, what this breaks down in environmental thought is the distinction that was for a long time very important, that there is an organism and it has an environment outside it. But now we realize that your environment and my environment is both outside and inside us, right? In that sense, the organism environment distinction is broken down. Okay? So, what has happened over the last I would say from the 1960s on, with the rise of post-structuralism. See, on the one hand, post-structuralism was questioning the idea of the subject, the autonomous subject. But from within philosophy of language, like in Lacan and others. But what's interesting is that these people have come from other areas of science like neurosciences, biology, and they're also trying to destroy or question the idea of the autonomous individual. But at the same time, we live in societies where legal structures will treat you as autonomous individuals for certain things. So, for instance, if you are drink driving and you hit somebody, then it's not your microbiome. You would be held responsible for the accident, right? And which is why insanity is often a ground for being excused, right? So if you look at society, then society have different institutions which treat the human being differently. If you have ulcer and you go to a surgeon or a doctor, they will treat your bacteria in the guts. They will not think of you as an isolated, autonomous individual. But in the court of law, you would be treated as an autonomous individual for drink driving offense, right? But the reality is that this autonomous individual is a fiction of modernity. But it's a fiction we can't do without in certain contexts. And in many other contexts, it's breaking down. And these people actually are saying that we need to theorize the human differently because human individuals are not isolated individuals in that sense. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And
yeah.
Don't you think like the existing approach then is bit overrated? Like the conventional way of interpreting a text,
it's very, see, it really depends on the purpose of the exercise. So for instance, if you are a philologist and you read a text to see the many different meanings that every word can carry, and to see the aporia in an argument, the ambiguity in an argument, right? Then that exercise is valid for the purpose for it's being done. But if you say this is the only way to understand a text, then of course it becomes a dogmatic position. And then it's harder to defend it. I mean, here's a literature professor sitting next to me. So you might.
yeah. Thank you, sir.
He's also from literature. Right? Yeah. Yeah, but well, I don't have anything specific now to say. Yeah, yeah. Whatever you were saying is absolutely fine. That aesthetic reading exists as one of the possibilities of reading, and maybe from the perspective of the literature department, maybe we transact that as a primary form of reading. But I don't think that it excludes or it forecloses other possibilities. So therefore, I think as you said, Marxian reading and now the ecological reading, all of them can coexist as long as they contribute to the welfare and the better living of our, I think, humanity itself. Thank you. I think you are from, can you say you are from IIT?
I'm from IIT Kanpur.
Kanpur, yeah.
Yeah,
we met.
yeah.
I know you work with graphic novels or...
No, I work on post-humanism. My students are all working on diffractive theory and then on Bruno Latour. So, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
No, I mean, I want to say this, that I personally feel that there are insights to be gained from post-humanism, but there are moments when humanism also becomes very important, right? When you see a suffering person in front of you, you can't ignore the individual who is suffering. So epistemologically, we may be all these kind of different bodies in us. But when a student, as a student, if you fail an exam or you come first, the sorrow and the joy is part of your experience. And the only way you can actually empathize with it is as a human being, right? So I always feel that humanism has its place. So I personally feel that we should not read post-humanism as something that kills humanism.
I fully agree, sir. But the way I look at post-humanism is that it's kind of against the privileging position that is given to humans. like
No, as
saying that, yeah,
philosophically, I agree that humans, in fact, I was having this discussion with Professor Raju here yesterday, whether humans are special or not. And I personally take the position that humans are not special. So I personally would oppose human exceptionalism, but at the same time, how can I deny that when I see a beautiful sunset or the sea, or I had a beautiful boat ride yesterday evening. There are so many things to which I respond as a human being does. And it's possible that a chimp or a gorilla responds somewhat in the same way, but I would have no way of knowing. Right? Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Can we have questions from the audience?
Hi, Professor. So, oh yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah, so talking about the virus and the biopolitics of it, Agamben drew a lot of flack during the coronavirus pandemic for his refusal to accept vaccination. So his position was in line with his theorizations all through his life that he wanted to defend the sovereignty of his body. But in the Anthropocene literature, we also know that the virus is a human intervention. It's the making of the human, is an act, or the virus has been made out of human interventions in ecology and market, or whatever it is, the exotic market in the Chinese, whatever it is. So are these two strands of thoughts actually compatible? Can we think of sovereignty and human intervention within the Anthropocene as something compatible in the planetary literature?
I mean, I'll just break up the question. So first of all, see, historically, there are many ways of coming to the question of sovereignty of oneself. So, as you know, Gandhi was an anti-vaxxer, didn't believe in vaccinations. And once in his Gujarat ashram, smallpox was raging, in the region, and people were falling sick and dying from smallpox. And Gandhi would not allow vaccination. And then eventually a little child died. So people came to him and said, now you have to relax your rule. Children are dying, babies are dying. And Gandhi thought for a while, and then because he realized that it's a very difficult situation, because it would sound so cruel not to allow vaccination, babies are dying. So then he said, my maker is testing my resolve. This is a test for me. If I seem weak now, I will discredit myself in the eyes of my maker. So I'm not going to allow vaccination, even if babies die. You are free to leave me. Even if I'm left on my own, I won't have vaccine. Now that's a very different way of thinking of his own sovereignty vis-a-vis through the relationship, his relationship with this maker, right? So anti-vaxxers in the world come in all different shapes and sizes. Not every anti-vaccination argument was an argument for one's sovereignty. The suspicion of science. When India had the plague epidemic big time in 1890s, a lot of people actually refused the plague injection, the vaccination or the treatment, saying that the government was trying to collect blood from people in order to give it to the British soldiers. So they saw this whole thing as a conspiracy, and the plague commissioner Rand was murdered in Bombay by nationalists. So anti-vaccination is a very interesting history, but it's a diverse history. But as to your other proposition that the virus was a human creation, I would not say the virus was a human creation. The argument, one argument that infectious disease specialists have made was that, and this connects the pandemic to climate change, is that they've been saying, Anthony Fauci in particular, who was the advisor for the American president, both for Trump and for Biden, Fauci and he had a colleague called David Moran, and they wrote an article in September 2020 in a biology journal called Cell, where they were arguing that humans have what they called an era of pandemics. In other words, pandemics are we escaped a pandemic with the SARS virus, but they're saying increasingly pandemics are becoming more possible, and we might even have other pandemics. So that's why they say we've entered an era of pandemics, and the reason for that is the cutting down of forests. So there are not only because in other words, the destruction of habitat of wildlife. What happens is there are many purposes for which forests are being cut down throughout the world. You know, timber industry is of course one, mining is another, housing is another, infrastructure development, building roads in forests, and what happens when you build roads? Sometimes people describe it as a fragmentation of habitat. You can actually say you had two groups of gorillas or two groups of chimps. There are different clans, but they kind of miscegenate, right? They have sex with each other group. And having sex with another group means that their gene pool remains diverse. So when you actually create a highway on which trucks and lorries are constantly going, these two groups don't meet. And over time, each groups become genetically weaker and more vulnerable to diseases. And then if people eat the meat, for instance, sometimes so it's very interesting in some African countries where people used to go hunting in circles around the village. Now they follow the highway to hunt and have access to some of these animal meat. So their argument is that when you destroy habitat of wildlife, you force wildlife to come close to us. Normally, wild creatures don't seek humans out. If they know enough to know that humans are dangerous. But they don't come. What happens is they come close to some other animal that we might be close to. So there's always an intermediate animal. Like the story in Beijing was that somebody ate a pangolin. It's not been verified, but usually there's an intermediate animal. It comes to a chicken. So the story unverified is that the coronavirus, which belongs to a family of virus, had been in existence in the guts of bats, wild bats. Now, bats are a 50 million year old species. We are 300,000 years, right? So this virus had a local address. If you had to write a letter to it, you'd say the gut of so-and-so bat in such and such forest in China. But now, because of the way we were cutting down the habitats of the bats and these things, the virus has come to us and it's gone global because we are global. Right? So the virus is not our creation, but the virus, we became what they call a super spreader agency. So we amplified the virus's existence. And we amplified that because of, again, global developments. One is that our cities are becoming more crowded, so we live close to each other, and we travel. So when we travel, the virus travels with us. And humans are, more and more humans are constantly traveling because of all kinds of reasons, work and money and family. We're all getting more and more dispersed and living in cities that are becoming more and more congested. In fact, the predictions are that by the end of the century, there might be a city of 99 million people, which would feel like a huge, I can't imagine what a city of that size would look like. But and the other thing you see is, so we're discussing that the virus, when you see the virus mutates, the variants that we talk about, that is a kind of Darwinian history being played out in front of our eyes, right? While the spread of the virus is part of the global history. So I kind of say that the virus's mutation is part of planetary history. In the history of the planet, suddenly coronavirus has gone everywhere and will become a part of our life, like ordinary cold virus is part of our life. So the interesting thing about all this is that, see, pandemics, in the history of pandemics, started when so these diseases that come from wildlife are called zoonotic diseases. Now they think that 70% of the emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic, that they come from wildlife because we are destroying habitats. So in that sense, it's connected to the climate problem, the environmental problem. And they say that so basically, when human beings began to live with animals, that's the history of domestication of animals, there were a lot of diseases. And they say that in our history, it sometimes took humans 5,000 years to get used to the diseases, right? Often what happened when human lives in isolated groups, you didn't get a pandemic because once that group died, they were not in contact with others. So the infections remained localized. But now everybody is in everybody else. Nothing is localized. And so it was a slow process of adjustment. It took. So for instance, your dog, now that we've lived with dogs for such a long time, more than 10,000 years, that there might be a case where your dog gives you an infection which kills you. But the chances of that becoming a pandemic are very small, right? So yes, I mean, it's the destruction of forests, destruction of wildlife habitat is making changes in the history of evolution of life on the planet, right? So the virus is part of that, but yeah.
So we have this question online. You can see the screen from Joyce Vinida. She's asked regarding the scope of the research on energy humanities from the Indian context. Could you please suggest some ideas which we can take up for research?
You know, I came to learn about these things because so I'll tell you what my colleagues are doing and see if this is at all helpful. So in different departments, I mean, all departments are becoming interested in energy humanities, from literature, anthropology, history, and even the social sciences, sociology and economics is of course very strong. Yeah. So what historians are doing, because that's my own discipline, I can tell you, there's a lot of energy history being written. So people are working on what's called energy transition. How did you move from wood to coal? Was the move inevitable? That's how I found out that the coal consumption in India went up after independence. Bombay was run more or less on hydroelectricity. The Tatas were supplying it. So it's really our consumption of coal has to depend with development and our plans for prosperity and those sorts of things. In the literature department, of course, some of these questions have come up. People are studying post-humanism, animal studies in literature has become very important, and people are drawing both on literature as well as actual animal studies and what people have seen. People are emerging as plant philosophers, bird philosophers. There's a person called Emmanuel Coccia in France, he's an Italian guy who is emerged as a plant philosopher. Or there's a woman in Belgian woman called what's her name, Vinciane Desprez, who is known as a bird philosopher, but she writes interesting, very interesting stuff. And some of her essays are available in English in a book called "What Would Animals Say If We Ask Them the Right Questions." But that's based on actually animal studies, not literature. But literature is, one can go back and reread a lot of literature in terms of our relationship to the sea, our sense of our connection to trees, our connections to insects. Thomas has been both sending me and quoting to me Yeats and Emily Dickinson and other people. I can Frost, and I can think of Bengali poets, you know, Jibanananda Das, very famously. So I guess the purpose of energy humanities, or it's being called for shorthand energy humanities, but let's say environmental humanities in a broader sense. The purpose would be to kind of drive home to ourselves all the connections, the myriad connections we have with other forms of life, and not just metaphorical. For instance, I find that in human speech, the glorification of the spine, you describe somebody as spineless, or you describe, I mean, that's kind of, it's sort of, it almost makes us feel that the invertebrates are somehow creatures of lower order, right? In my guru, Ranajit Guha's collection of Bangla essays, he has 2 chapters which describe the earthworm so differently. In the first one, he says, are humans earthworm? We have spine, so we will fight. And in the second essay says, we will cling on to the soil like earthworms do. So in the second one, earthworms are probably neither. I mean, they're probably neither very sad that they don't have a spine, nor are they so determined as to cling on. They're doing their own things, and I think this goes back, actually, I think, to what Professor Ravichandran was saying, that we have often used animals for as metaphors and similes and to express our prejudices, right? I mean, in so many languages, animal names are used as abuses: donkey, ass, whatever. And that goes back to this. I mean, even our abuses show how special we think we are. I mean, frankly, having a spine has a lot of downsides. Yeah, and you find out as you get older that spine is not always a wonderful thing. But we have created this prejudice in favor of spine because we belong to vertebrates, and somehow think that vertebrates are higher order creatures. But as I was saying, actually, invertebrates keep life going in many ways. So I think one purpose of energy humanities would be to draw attention to that, and draw attention to human-animal relationship, but also talk about energy humanities. So I had a student, a PhD student in Chicago. I can name her, Joya John, who is now teaching at Kriya University in Chennai. And she, when I was talking about climate change and I was working on this stuff, she was working on something else and she got interested. And eventually, I was on her committee, I was on the supervisor, because she was working on Hindi literature with Ulrika Stark. And eventually, she did a very fine thesis on literature coming out of coal mine districts and how people deal with coal pollution, what people liked about coal, what they didn't like about coal. So in a sense, she mined all that literature from what used to be Bihar, to old Bihar, to see what one could say through literature about human relationships to fossil fuel, for instance. So there are many of these things we can do. I think the possibilities are immense, but I hope I've given you some sense of what's going on. Who, sorry? Yeah, Joyce, if you want to respond, yeah, you're welcome. Maybe I was simply speaking to a screen. No, yes, sir, thank you.
If I could go back to the question about, well, you suggested that the coronavirus pandemic might be zoonotic in origin, but at the same time, there's also this very strong, I don't know whether I should be calling it a conspiracy theory, but there's also a lab leak theory that says that it's definitely not zoonotic in origin and it was probably leaked out of a lab in Wuhan and all these things. And we know how the kind of polarization that it created. The former president was very keen on calling it the China virus, and he was very controversial in some of the remedies that he suggested, including drinking bleach, I think, right? So on the one hand, you have things like this happening, but on the other hand, you also have institutions such as the CDC or Dr. Fauci, in some sense, losing credibility, people not believing in the narrative, believing that the CDC was a failure in trying to respond in a productive manner to this global crisis and all these things. So all of this kind of seems to suggest to me that there is a collapse of consensus, right? That even on questions on how to deal with the pandemic, so that should be sort of like a universal crisis for everyone. We don't seem to have consensus, or something that filters down into our response to something like the Capitol riots. I think January 26 riots. Yeah. So, and how something like that was unprecedented, and yet it kind of divided the country into two. And why is this happening? So I think I know why this is happening. Somebody suggested that if 9/11 were to happen today, we would have a completely different response to what had actually transpired. Because when it originally happened, it resulted in a universal condemnation of what was happening, and it began this war on terror, or America's latest military excursion, or whatever it be. But still, there was consensus regarding what actually happened. But that apparently is not possible today anymore, right? Even if you believe that the earth is flat, you will find an echo chamber, where you can comfortably get in, and people will validate whatever twisted theory that you have. So how do we go about with this? I mean, we say that difference in opinion is kind of the cornerstone of a healthy human ecosystem and a democracy and all these things. But at the same time, when we are so immersed in avenues for alternative reality where you can choose to believe whatever you want, what happens to consensus? Is consensus necessary, and how do we go about this? Is this a crisis? And I think it's only going to get worse with as we get more and more immersive into technology, when we have Web 3.0 and the metaverse and all these things coming in. I only think that this might only get more immersive in some sense. So is that a crisis, do you think, or do you think that this is another thing that we can easily overcome?
See, this, I mean, you've asked a series of questions which are connected, but also go beyond the simple climate crisis or global warming. And in the literature, there's a lot of, in the specialist literature in infectious diseases, there's a lot of agreement with Fauci and Moran that this has to do with environmental destruction. And it comes out even the environmental agency. I don't think there's any dissensus there. Socially, there's not a consensus. So, and what was amazing to see was the man holding the highest position in the country, promoting, in some ways, a conspiracy theory. That this was Anthony Fauci always disagreed that this was a lab leak. They made a lot. See, there was some American money given to a particular experiment in China, which is true. And the opposition, the Republicans were making a lot of that to promote a conspiracy theory. But it's also because, see, in America, Republicans don't get votes without a Trump. I mean, Republicans used to be a party of the rich white people. Republicans have become a party of the poor white people. And therefore they stoke resentment, they stoke conspiracy theory, all of those things. But it also has to do with a general breakdown of trust in government agencies, in politicians, and that has happened throughout the world. And many factors contributing to it, lack of transparency, but also I think there's it points to a general crisis of democracy where people want to manage democracy rather than make democracies democratic, right? So elections have become a kind of a shell democracy. If you can manage elections, you say, we are the world's largest democracy. It doesn't matter how non-transparent the processes are. And increasingly, when I look around, I see movements which are based on this lack of trust. So within the university, for instance, my university, other universities, undergraduate students and even graduate students have somehow developed a lack of trust in the institutions. And it makes teaching very difficult because relations are becoming constantly and increasingly contractual, right? When people don't have trust, you develop an auditing culture where you say, yeah, I've met with my PhD student 3 times in the quarter, I've done this, I've done that, right? And then everybody's eventually, you create so many boxes to be ticked that both sides cheat, and it destroys teaching. And I actually, as somebody who's now worked in the American system and enjoyed working in the system for 30 years, I've never seen this happen. Um, I think it will damage American institutions. This can't sort of eventually go without damaging, because so much of education is based on trust and respect and mutual understanding. Why is this trust going globally? I think it probably has multiple causes, but I wouldn't be surprised if one cause is globalization itself in the way it's happened. First of all, it's technological, and secondly, it's so market oriented. As I was saying, I mean, like if you think of what happened after Ronald Reagan and Maggie Thatcher deindustrialized America, let's also England. So when they deindustrialized America, thinking that America would only do the smart industries, IT and software and things, and lead the world, and financial stuff. I mean, America still dominates. I mean, all credit cards have to be processed through America. So if the Americans tell you tomorrow that we won't recognize your credit cards, you are done for if you have any aspiration to be global. So it doesn't matter where you belong. So which is why Russia and China have been trying to create an alternative global economy for that reason, alternative banking system. Recently, I had an email from a woman in Moscow, and it's in funny English saying, "Would Professor Dipesh want to do this interview for this bank? And we can negotiate the fees and stuff." And very fortunately, I asked my research assistant, whose wife is Slovenian or Serbian, and she was in the kitchen. I said, this strange thing has come, and he said, "Don't you ever think of doing it, because then I'd be in jail, because Americans are not meant to have any transaction with this Russian bank." But it was turned out with this Russian bank who were trying to get people involved. Said, "We'll pay you from an Armenian account." It sounded bad, but anyway, I'm just saying that that's the parallel economy they're trying to make. But on the other hand, what did the US do? The US, when they deindustrialized, a lot of people became unemployed. The US put no money, absolutely no money, into educating the children of the unemployed working class, white working class, for them to learn the skills that the US needed. Instead, as we were saying yesterday, US just bought ready-made programmers from China, so we kind of benefited from that decision, but the white working class didn't. And I have a colleague called Gabe Winant who works on all these kind of industrialized US cities, and he shows how the workforce became feminized. Women, black women or poor white women took to nursing, took to other sort of professions. The men don't work, their sons don't work. And it's on the backs of this kind of resentment of a disenfranchised white working class that Trumpism arose, right? I mean, Trump was kind of exploiting that. But so that's why I think globalization has a lot to answer for in terms of this complete destruction of trust in governing institutions. But coming back to India, I've always thought, and you do films, I've always thought it's so funny that Indian films always show politicians as the worst kind of characters. At least the Hindi films or Bengali films. I don't know about Malayalam films. I mean, others is different categories, so I can't generalize. But it's funny that for a democracy that we take so much pride in, world's robust democracy, world's largest, why do we hate our politicians? And if you can't like your politicians, you develop a mistrust in the political system. And the moment you have mistrust in the political system, all kinds of conspiracy theories will emerge, like with riots narrative, with Godhra, with Gujarat 2002. I mean, however much one can be given a clean sheet, the suspicion never ends. So you have the BBC documentary kind of, reigniting all of those questions. So I think the way in which globalization has happened and the way in which it has created more inequality in the world has kind of led to an erosion of trust. The way in which welfare has been destroyed, right? I'm not saying that that it's so the only way out of this for most people has been to become consumers, which is why you see the aspirational classes have actually increased in size. More people consume now than they did before. In that sense, many people have enjoyed the standard of living, but the social compact has been destroyed. So people who are aspiring, they may have poor relatives falling behind, but they don't think of them. So, but see, the India in which I grew up was an India in which it was unimaginable for somebody of my very middle class situation to think that I could be rich one day. It was, or I could even be overseas. So you didn't think about the rich; you thought about the people, behind you. And I saw my father being interested in helping poor people. The poor were never out of sight. But what happens is, if there's a rush towards making money, then people falling behind become people out of sight, out of mind, right? And that kind of leads then to all kinds of festering uh, stories about corruptions through which people make money. All the corruption stories are actually an index of the breakdown of trust. Somebody who's suspicious of may not be worthy of the suspicion. And this is what I see in the universities. Now people are suspicious of professors. People mistake reputation for power. If you're so, to give you an example, I say we all have to do certain tests these days, increasingly because of this lack of trust and things. It has become more mechanized and contractual, in which there was a question said that, oh, sometimes the fact that somebody is renowned protects them. Now, I have a small renown, and I can tell you honestly that your renown doesn't protect you. Being known is not being powerful. Power is something different. But often students think that, oh, a famous professor must be very powerful. And if you tell somebody, oh, famous professor, very powerful, they'll immediately think, oh yeah, famous professor, very powerful. But it's not true. Not all fame translates into power. So I think that you have growing inequality, you have growing money becomes the substitute for other things in life. Growing human population, cities have become unlivable. You have to, even if you've got money, you're competing with everything. I mean, money people also compete among themselves, get their children into the best school, and there are not enough good schools, right? And that leads to a situation of mistrust, and mistrust destroys democracy. So, yeah. Thank you for that question.
This is in continuation of the small discussion that we had yesterday regarding, you were in the talk yesterday that you were mentioning the encyclical of Pope Francis and his reference to man as man's stewardship of the rest of the creation. And you were saying that it is not your, you don't agree with such a kind of stewardship that man has been entrusted with. If not stewardship, then how do you understand the position of man in this vast universe? That is.
So thank you. I'm glad we have a chance to continue the discussion. So I'm a fan of Pope Francis more than I'm a fan of Pope John Paul. But also for that reason, many people don't like him because he was a Pope of the poor. He comes from liberation theological background and Latin American struggles. And also in the encyclical, what I like is a very pertinent critique he has of the way in which the application of artificial intelligence is changing the nature of work. So that for a lot of work to be done, you don't need human beings. And he had a very Christian criticism of that kind of capitalism, where he says, if man was meant to work, then why will you create a capitalism in which man doesn't find work, right? Machines do all the work. And therefore, for him, there's an unchristian aspect to contemporary capitalism and technology that he's against. And I thought that that's a very valid question. But even without being a Christian, I kind of think there's such a history of work, history through which work has come to be an essential source of our sense of dignity. We don't not only we don't value an unemployed person, we also make the unemployed person think that they're not valuable, right? That's kind of the social assumption. So we connect work with dignity. It was not always true. I mean, there was a time in Indian culture, in Arab culture, where being fat meant being privileged, right? And you see it in films, and the land laborer looks muscly and skinny. The landlord looked sort of fat because fat was a sign of privilege, of leisure, and all of those things. So I like that critique, but of course, as a Christian thinker, he has to think that man is special to God. And also Islamic thinkers think the same. There are varieties of Hinduism in which we say the same thing. Humans are described as Amritasya Putra, the son of the immortal, sons of the immortal. And then, but there are also secular philosophers like both. I mean, Heidegger used to think that. Heidegger used to think that this world existed, rocks existed on it, trees existed on it. But until man came along, that is an animal with language, there was nobody to ask, what does it mean for these things to exist? What does existence mean? So therefore, he says that the very question of being, what does it mean to be, was vouchsafed to humans. So in his philosophy, in a secular sense, humans are very special. In Tagore, humans are very special because he thinks that this is the only creature that is capable of pursuing perfection. In Kant, you have the same, Kant is a Christian philosopher, but you have the same position where he thinks that humans can have politics because humans, the thing that separates humans from animals is that we have a sense of morality. And morality is the basis of the political. The same philosophy is there in Hannah Arendt, who is a Jewish philosopher, who actually says that in the human condition, she's saying that only surviving, only looking for food cannot be the basis of politics. But that's what everybody, all living creatures do that. What makes for politics is how we think of posterity, the artifacts we build so that civilization continues, tradition continues. And Tagore, as I said, thought that. But so that's one way to think about it. Because I'm not a religious person. I think of myself as a spiritual person, but not a religious person. It's clear that humans come very late in the story of evolution. And as I was saying yesterday with oxygen, that even if we hadn't come, this air would have been there. Once I was writing something in Bangla for a newspaper on sense of wonderment. What do we find wonderful? And most of the examples I gave had to do with humans. Like in my childhood, I spent a couple of days with Ravi Shankarji creating music. He was creating music for a children's play, and I was part of the play. So I spent, and it was just wondrous to see him sit there, create music. But my last example was the experience of a sunset in South Africa on a huge landscape. There was only just this strip of a road, high freeway, on which I was driving with a friend. There was nothing else. Some baboons, some little hills, a kind of dry yellow-green, like their Olympics costume, and a huge sky, like a sort of like a lid, a kind of hemispheric lid on the world. and the sun was all over it. It was a maddeningly beautiful sunset. I've never seen such a beautiful sunset. And I was thinking about it. I was writing about it. And I said, look, I stopped and thought, well, what would that even if humans were not there, if the humans were not there, the road would not be there. I would not be there. The car would not be there. But the sunset would still happen. And I was arguing with somebody like Tagore in my head, and then I heard Tagore say to me, "But who would have said it's beautiful? If you were not there, the baboons wouldn't have said it was beautiful. You needed a human to say it was beautiful." And I said, "Yeah, it's possible. I don't know what the baboons say. This is my imagined argument with Tagore. And I was saying to Tagore, yeah, it's possible that it requires a human to say it's beautiful. But the point is, does whoever it is that creates the sunset, do they care? Because that sunset was there before humans. That sunset may happen after humans. So I think, so this idea that what we sometimes philosophically call human exceptionalism, it goes back to the question that Ravichandran was asking, right, about other creatures and things. So it's a philosophical choice whether you want to argue in favor of human exceptionalism, or whether you want to argue about humans being one creature amongst many, and that also, as we were saying, entangled with other things. Like, so there's a word they use. So so you're Raju and I'm Dipesh, and that's how these people around would know us. But then you're also the viruses and the bacteria and the microbes inside you. And that you, which is the colony of microbes, which interact in different ways, the technical name for it is holobiont. So you're also a holobiont. But the person who gets angry is Raju. The holobiont doesn't get angry. Or even if it does, I don't know, right? So if we get angry with each other, it'll be Dipesh versus Raju. Or if we love each other, it'll be Dipesh and Raju. But people who think about the holobionts also think that there's agency of these viruses and bacteria inside us in creating these feelings that we might feel about each other, good or bad. So I think of human beings as, I mean, first of all, as a human being, I can only love human beings in a particular way. You know, sometimes one can anthropomorphize a dog and love it in the way that one loves animals, one may love other creatures, one may have an abstract love for the entire creation. But there's also, at the same time, I'm completely a humanist. So I think one can't ignore the human being in front of one, you know, their joy, their sorrow. You can't ignore that. Most of the time we learn to forget the human being in front of us. So I'm a humanist. In that sense, I think every human being is special. And I agree with Kant that every human being is an end in themselves. We should not make instrumental use of another human being. But at the same time, I think we are a minority form of life. Thanks to technology, thanks to certain developments, we have become this dominant species. We industrialize other forms of life. So we become, in a way, a force that is not good for ourselves. Now, whether we need Christianity to scale back, or whether we need my kind of philosophy to scale back, I don't mind. With either way, you scale back. So I would say, from the Pope's point of view and from my point of view, we would come to the same conclusion. This situation is not right. But philosophically, I think we would probably continue to disagree on the specialness of humans. That's the problem. Why is it a problem?
In the present context in Kerala, we have in the Western Ghats, people who are living in the Western Ghats are facing a lot of wild animal attacks, and the rules are very stringent. They're unable to, it is either man or human beings or the animals surviving. So if we say that we are just one among these animals, then it is likely that a lot of human beings get killed because of the existence of these rules. So is it not when there is a choice between an animal and a human. If there is no difference between the two, then it is very difficult to take a call on that.
See, there's a short term and a long term. So in the short term, suppose you or somebody you love has an infection. Now there, I'm not going to take the virus's side. I'll take your side. But if the virus is coming attacking us more and more because of what we're doing in the long term, then in the long term there's something to be said in favor of scaling back and not forcing the virus to do. The coronavirus did not need to, it was not looking for us. It's because we were destroying the habitats of the bats, that the bats would have come closer to something like another animal that was in contact with pangolin, then we ate the pangolin. One of the things that's happened in China with people making more money is that people are buying more exotic food to eat. You see it also in Chinese medicine. See, Chinese medicine, a lot of it was meant for aristocratic classes. But when people get money, it becomes available for everybody. And Chinese medicine, or even our kind of traditional medicine, has a weird things, the truth of a rhinoceros, or the testicles of some animal that might kind of make you more virile. Now what happens is, if everybody has the buying capacity, more of those animals will be killed, right? So I was saying to Thomas yesterday that a feudal society is terrible in terms of inequality, but probably does less environmental damage. Because after all, if you have one or two landlords consuming a lot, how much can they consume? So it's really, what I'm talking about is the rising prosperity of human middle classes. Only the other day, somebody in my university who does, every university has what we used to call adult learning, right? It's called continuous learning or something like that. And we have a school called Graham School, and the Graham School has a new director. So he called me and asked me if I'd be on the board of a new initiative. I said, what's the initiative? So he gave me some statistics to show that today's world is a time in human history when the retirees, well, my age, have so much wealth at their disposal that's never happened in human history. So all American universities are trying to get a share of that wealth by creating courses about life changes. What will you do after 65? So they're creating a course. Harvard has it, Stanford has it, Chicago is going to institute one. So, and they'll you'll probably pay $80,000 in the year to do a year-long course thinking about what you might do with your money now, right? So it's that human numbers expanding, human consumption expanding, that's what creates the crisis. So that's the long term, right? So a particular problem, of immediate crisis, which is happening now, I mean, suppose a tsunami happens. The first thing you and I would want to do is to protect human lives. And that short-term priority is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is a more longer-term view, a more philosophical view.
Because you have mentioned viruses, this actually takes us to the very use of antibiotics, because the very philosophy behind using antibiotics is actually against the proposition that you have been making, because in the modern medical system, what they think is viruses and bacteria are our enemies. And that is why they indiscriminately kill all the beneficial bacteria in the name of curing diseases, instead of uh, searching out other alternatives.
So Raju, that is no longer the view in medicine. So this used to be the view 20 years ago. So the man who was Anthony Fauci's boss 20 years ago was a man called Richard Krauss, who actually wrote a book about viruses, old book, I mean, even older, I think 70s published. And it was a view of viruses as warfare. But immunologists and everybody has moved away from it. So as the idea of microbiome has developed, it's realized that we need these viruses. We need the bacteria, not only in our bodies. For instance, there are viruses that eat bacteria in the seas, and they keep a certain balance of bacteria. So That now scientists and others have understood. Even the virus that the bacteria that causes stomach ulcer called H. pylori, right? The argument today is that this was not always an unfriendly bacteria. It became unfriendly because of the way antibiotics were used in animal feed stock. See, most large scale use of antibiotics is to do with animals, not humans. So on an industrial scale, I mean, I used to think India is bad because, you know, you could buy antibiotics over the counter. When I was in IM, I had a friend, a very good friend who's now in America, and Pradut, his name was from IIT. He used to wear a big kurta and his pockets were full of antibiotics. And anybody had any trouble, he'd say, oh, he just eats his broad spectrum antibiotics. He'd just give them out for free. And we'd all sort of have these antibiotics, not finish our courses. So I used to think we were terrible. But the real culprit is the advanced countries because of the way they've industrialized cattle farming, pig farming, and they feed chicken farming. And they feed these things antibiotics. And that's how the bacteria change their nature because we've been attacking them. So humans have been conducting warfare. But you see but the bad effects have become visible over 20 years. Whereas in the short term, this seemed like a good idea, right? So penicillin saved a lot of life, as I was saying, during the war. But now it's acknowledged that to kill the same infection, it now takes much more penicillin than it took then. Interestingly, infectious specialists actually agree that every obstacle you put in the path of viruses and bacteria become a new evolutionary pathway for the viruses and bacteria. So this is a war you can't win if you think of it as a war, right? But then you have to realize what am I doing in the long run that is not so good. And in the long run, I don't want to call it a mistake, but things that contribute to it, the expansion of human population, the demand for consumption of this human population, the number of humans you can now sustain, right? And the rising standards, as I said, even based on neoliberal capitalism. Those things so our demands for infrastructure, our demands for roads, our demands for consumption, the collective impact is bad for us. But it takes a while to find that out. So the picture that you had of viruses being considered enemies was true when the antibiotics were being invented. But over the last 20, 30 years, they've also realized that that's a wrong view to take. So that's why the sciences have become more holistic. Not every science, but climate science, environmental science, they operate with the same kind of holistic imagination, you know. But there are profit-making companies, and when a crisis comes, like when this pandemic came, we all wanted to survive. We didn't want to lose our near ones. So vaccination becomes, so you suddenly it's on a war footing, like you treat it like it's a war, right? But I totally agree with you that it's a mistake to think of it as a long term as a war.
We have a question online from Dhanu Terambil. We see an increasing case of people diagnosing with cancers and other diseases, and also the intake of medicines with great side effects have drastically risen these days. Do you think this maybe is caused by the actions of humans towards the environment? And how does lifestyle change in human beings from ancient times to today affect our health?
Yeah, I mean, my wife had cancer in 2018. So I was then reading about cancer. I mean, she's survived, thank God. And many of these books on cancer were saying that a lot of the large increase in incidence of cancer probably has something to do with environmental factors, though it's also true that we're living longer, and that can also be a part of the story. But and the other thing is we are in the context of so much industrialized hybrid material like this stuff, what we're sitting on, and we never know what the things that these things emit, throw off into the air as they're being built, and what kind of effect they have on us. We don't know. So it's entirely possible that cancer is also a civilizational disease. And but then the one big difference from ancient times and today is that we live longer. Last year, 2022, was the 250th anniversary of Ram Mohan Roy. So as you can imagine, a lot of meetings and discussions with Ram Mohan Roy in Calcutta. I was chairing one of these committees to celebrate Ram Mohan Roy. And I was interested in the question of longevity. So I actually made a quick uh, survey to see how long Ram Mohan Roy and his contemporaries lived, including Tagore's grandfather. Most of them died between 40 and 50. Ram Mohan Roy was slightly longer lived. He died in his 60s. But if you look at average lifespan now, it's increased. So that's where we've been, if you want to call it success, we've been successful. But we succeed. There's a cost of this success. So yesterday I was saying that scientists write the history of the costs as well. Some scientists. So yes, I think it's. I mean, look, my university has a energy policy institute that has a branch in Delhi, and they do research on pollution in Indian cities. And I was telling Thomas that their results show that in northern India, from Punjab to Bengal, on an average, people lose 6.5 years of their lives because of pollution. In the peninsular part of India, it's 3.5 years. So the peninsular part is less polluted than northern India. And these things, yeah. So I have no doubt that our lifestyle, our technology, the increasing kind of the crowded nature of cities, I mean, these can't be good for human beings. I have no doubt. But that's where we've been pushing ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, about this longevity question, and if you read the Bible as a historical text, or even the Upanishads as a historical text, there are references to people living, infinitely. I mean, 100 years, 200 years. In the Bible, for example, we say many of the biblical character. I don't know if it's simply a myth, but I'm saying, you look at the history of it. Can you say that the longevity is a result of modernity and modern civilization, or has it really cut down the age or whatever?
The average longevity is a part of modernity. So in the sense that there are many people living in post their 70s. So average lifespan, that is part of modernity. But see, so it's very interesting. If you read the Stoics, for instance, and the Stoics are talking about Marcus Aurelius, for instance, is talking about old age and how to think about old age, right? How to become old philosophically. Or as they used to say, that part of philosophy is about learning to die, like how to die in the old, making a kind of lifestyle, a kind of an art of actually dying, of leaving, of kind of fading out. And when this was happening, so a lot of this comes out of the Roman Empire, not just, and but the average lifespan in the Roman Empire, taking the slaves into account, was 20. So you kind of think, who are these people who are talking about aging? But some people did live long, particularly around the Mediterranean, because of diet, with other things. So some of these philosophers who thought about age did live long. In the Mahabharata, you have people living long. What we're talking about is the average lifespan. Average lifespan in the Roman Empire was 20, but it doesn't mean that some people didn't live long and could think about. But you needed a good constitution, you needed a good diet, you needed a good environment. I mean, even if you look at in recent times, look at the history of Indian families, and you'll find there's always in every family somebody who lives long, who has a good constitution, right? Now we all live longer in spite of bad constitutions because of medicine. Like I would have died if I was born before antibiotics. I would have died when I was 17 because I got diphtheria. If I'd been born before heart bypass, I would have died in my 50s because that's when I had my heart bypass surgery, right? So I have diabetes. Without modern kind of treatment of diabetes, I would have died sooner. A lot of Vivekananda died of diabetes, 39. Yeah. So, in that sense, it's a treatment of diseases. Technology has increased lifespan, but and also you've the other part of the capitalistic part of this is that pharmaceutical companies are not so interested in curing diseases. They're interested in making diseases manageable. So you live long with your diseased bodies, but they ask you to run and do this and do that so that you're functional. And your functionality is really part of product. I mean, simple things, like, and these become part of ideology. So I'm 74 and I sometimes talk about retirement. I don't have to retire, right, in America. And then my colleagues say, but why will you retire? You're still so productive. So, so, so even thinking of the value of the worth of my being a colleague is so functional. I mean, they're not meaning anything ill. They're not, trying to devalue me, but the value they give to me is so connected to a very capitalistic notion of productivity, right? As if I'm just a producer, right? So these things, yeah, that is the capitalistic part of it. That you live longer, you have a diseased body. They give you treatment. They may give you exercise to. The other day, I was with a friend in the swimming pool in America, in Chicago, and I suddenly found one man swimming with one arm. And my friend, who's a cardiologist, said, "Look at that. He must have had a stroke." But this is a society where there are tons of doctors and specialists whose job is to kind of not, he can't cure you, but they will send you back to work. It's like army, sort of making you functional, send you back. So this reduction of meaning of life to functionality is part of the system which makes you live longer, and we unconsciously imbibe the same ideology. So when my friends say out of affection, why would you retire? You're so productive, you just wrote a book. And so somebody who hasn't written a book shouldn't be around. So that's the kind of, money, capitalism, they kind of change the value of life. They change and that's where religion, a fight from religion, a fight from even my secular kind of spirituality, I think is important. And so I think of the Pope as an ally in this battle. I mean, I might not agree with him, but I think we're on the same side, just sort of following different paths.
In some sense, when you think of all these meta-narratives, we began with this idea of so we've been talking about this idea of meta, it's an anthropocentric question about what we do, about our purpose, our value, our productivity, and all these things. But at the same time, you also mentioned Marcus Aurelius, and the Stoics have been very concerned about this sort of very single-minded hegemonic reliance on this meta narrative of productivity and human centrism and all these things. But there's always been an impulse to the contrary. Even when you think of something like being humanism, for example, humanism could be perceived as a kind of an existential rationalization for justifying your place in the world. And there's always been sort of a counterintuitive impulse that talks about things like misanthropy, for example. We have extremely famous misanthropes in art or in philosophy. We have Schopenhauer, we have Moliere. So many. Freud, I think, talked about the death drive. So how do you, how do you rationalize this? Do you think that this could be an existential form of rationalization, or is it?
Well, I mean, I see, first of all, you have and I use the word technically. So all my life, I've been trying to extricate myself from any form of a dogmatic position. So sometimes people ask me, are you a Kantian correlationist, or are you following Meyasu and becoming an ancestralist? I mean, these are technical terms, right? And I kind of think, I sort of say, look, they're not either or for me. I'm a human being, others are human beings, and human beings have found different ways of thinking to be useful. And why should I kind of preemptively forego the use of any particular approach when it is useful, right? Um, it's clear that from the sciences that we are entangled entities. The big philosophical problem question I ask and raise in my book is this: that for a long time, the Stoic proposition, which you begin to get through Socrates and Plato's Apology, the proposition that an unexamined life is not worth it. You have to examine your life. And by that life, you mean human life. And I increasingly feel you have to think of life in general. Human life is part of life in general. And human life cannot prosper if life in general suffers. What I've learned from our system science is that there is something like what they call a life support system. Now, it's not a perfect system, but other creatures do a lot of work to keep life going. If they did not do that work to keep life going, we wouldn't be here. And that was the example of the oxygen I was giving yesterday. And therefore, out of that, I realized that, okay, so that's why I'm saying I don't think see ourselves as special or exceptional. I actually think we are beneficiaries of this life support system that others have created. And we have to keep that in mind in doing whatever we do, whether it's capitalism, socialism, whatever. Any human effort has to be mindful of the fact that what keeps life going on this planet and therefore benefits us is not us. Hmm? Even religion. So that's why I find, I was saying to Raj that the really ancient religions, the African religions or Native American religions, Australian Aboriginal religions, I think I know a little bit about Australian Aboriginal religions where I lived there for 20 years and they were becoming important. I know that they don't treat humans as special. I mean, even the idea of totemism. Totemism means that you're half animal, half human. And these kind of, so there are many philosophers or anthropologists, particularly a person in Brazil called Eduardo Viveiros de Castro, who has worked a lot on these kind of philosophies, on what he calls Native American or Amerindian multi perspectival point of view, which are, and these are religions that the Protestants would have regarded as superstitious. These are religions that are sometimes based on fear. Don't go there. Don't do that, because that will be bad for you. And fear had a role in balancing things. Now, these are forms of religion we know from everyday Hinduism, everyday Islam. There's a lot of stuff like don't do this, don't do that, worship that God for this or that. So I'm familiar with this sort of religion. And I think these kind of religions are religions that see the world as animated. They don't make a distinction between the animate and the inanimate, right? A mountain may have a god in it, right? So, and when Latour and all the post-humanists talk about the need to reanimate the world in our imagination. Now, the scientific way of doing it is to think of things as entangled, connected. And that's why Donna Haraway and Isabel Stengers and these people say, from the science, we have to create scientific fables, like as if to develop myths out of the sciences. The scientists by themselves won't produce the myths. So you read the science and they call it SF, scientific fabulation, not fiction, but scientific fabulation. So because they're based on science. But what they're trying to approximate in a scientific way is what these Aboriginal indigenous people already did in a different way, in a different context. And I find there are something to be taken seriously about these forms of religion, which are not monotheistic, which are polytheistic in many ways, and which in terms of modernity and modern philosophies would seem superstitious and worshipping the supernatural based on fear. Fear plays a role. If you do that to a snake god, snakes will come and bite you. And that there's a story that Philip Descola tells of a man an Achuar man in South America who once got hold of, he used to kill monkeys with a bow and arrow, poison arrow. He got hold of a gun. So instead of killing one monkey, he killed 7 monkeys and brought home 7 dead monkeys. And then his wife got bitten by a snake. So they thought the snake bite was a punishment for being greedy. killing 7, because in their culture, monkeys are also some kind of relatives you can kill. Humans only have the desire, or some humans kill relatives, but we don't approve of it. But this, so from a Christian point of view, you might tell a story which is against greed. But when you look at these societies, there's an everyday control over greed through fear, that greed will immediately bring me harm. So these are societies that were totally rejected in modernity. I mean, they're seen as the opposite of modernity. They are based on superstition. They're based on enchantment of the world, animation, magic. Europeans used to word magic for them. But I think there's a lot to learn from these societies.
We have an online question from Anisa Fatima. So, sir, on the question of longevity, Harari has predicted that given the increase in average lifespan of humans today, science may make it possible in a century or two for humans to become immortal. Do you agree with this prediction? And more importantly, is human immortality desirable at all, given the impact it may have on the planet?
Last question, even without the impact, I don't desire to be immortal. And I think I place a lot of value on mortality. I think now that I'm getting close to my own mortality, I don't regret it. And I think there's something to be said about what we call legacies, what we call leaving things for next generation and for this short span of life. But going back, yes, it's possible with the advance of medicine that some humans will want to become immortal. But I'm not, I've heard this being said, I've heard this being written, I've seen this being written. I don't see it as a possibility available to everybody, because it'll be a very expensive proposition, and it's only some people that will have access to that. So I think death is very important to human society, to any society. And mind you, what is death? Death is the way that you create habitats for other, you make yourself into food and habitat for other creatures. Every dead body in human terms rots, ferments. But every dead body is the ground for actually other forms of life. So as far as I'm concerned, death belongs to life in general. It's just a matter of transition from one form of life to other forms of life. I think Shobha Umesh has expressed an opinion, which I'll let be as an opinion.
She says all of this is happening due to a stressful life that we continue to lead these days.
Yeah, no, it's an opinion. It's not a question. So let it be.
I had a
Sure.
somewhat personal question that's related to what she said, based on your writing. So you started writing about planetarity in 2009 with the 4 Theses, which is now the first chapter of your book. And yesterday we talked about the great acceleration post the 50s. And in the last 10, 12 years that the essay turned into your longer book, we can say that the acceleration is perhaps more accelerated. And when writing about planetarity and climate change and all of those stressful things, did you perhaps find yourself being overwhelmed or stressed out?
No, I was stressed out. I'm always stressed out by the events that happen, and personally, because the whole thing started with those fires I was talking about in Australia, but also because my son lives there, and Australia is very precariously placed with respect to floods and fires. So it's a relatively rich country, but it's a really exposed country in terms of climate change. So every time something happens, I always worry if there'll be fires in Canberra, if my son will be affected. So it's a personal thing. But it has been intellectually, it has been such a wonderful journey of learning from the sciences. As I was saying, this idea that scientists are writing the history of the underbelly of this civilization, right? So most of my subaltern studies friends, my post-colonial studies friends, were concerned about human freedoms. And if I had not been reading the sciences, I would not have understood something about the price at which the freedoms come, right? And understanding that has been great because I was able to bring sciences and the humanities somewhat closer than they are. And I think the need of citizenly education would probably go develop along, it really requires us to think along being more science literate than we usually are. And also for the scientists to be more literate on questions of ethics and history and these sorts of things. So in that sense, it was an intellectually not stressful, exciting journey. The only thing was that throughout I was, even today, I was being attacked by Marxist friends for not saying that Marxism has all the answers and you only have to blame capitalism. Now, the point, and my intellectual point was that if that was true, that capitalism, that one only had to blame capitalism, then I had nothing new to learn. You know, I might as well worked on something else, right? So, but it was arguing with my Marxist friends back and forth that also shaped the book to some extent. Yeah. No, it was fun. The intellectual work was fun. Even though it's like, you know, like it's like the way that a bone specialist may take joy in a very complicated fracture. So you suffer a complicated fracture and doctors will talk about it because it's so complicated, so interesting. It was something like that. One part of me was kind of stressed out and the other part of me was quite joyous.
So we have another question from Dhanu. While talking about health of today's society, it is not only physical but mental health is also something that is deteriorating, mainly among young people. Also, even today, mental health is not given due importance and not treated at the correct time, and feels that consulting a therapist or a psychiatrist is a shameful thing. What do you have to say on this matter?
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, mental health. Again, I'm not looked at the statistics, but I see it everywhere. And I would say in my university, at least 1/5 of the students have some form of recognized mental health problem, or like, you know, they're on medication for mental health. Also, as you know, and I don't know the situation here, Thomas, but sexuality has returned as a huge question in America and elsewhere, right? So people are, this business of being non-binary, neither boy nor girl, the business of transitioning from one sexual state to another. I see a lot of people going through that. I see a lot of, it's happening sometimes to colleagues' children, and my colleagues as parents suffer, get stressed out. The children suffer in different forms. You know, sometimes they're withdrawn from the classes. This whole demand, for instance, I mean, and I now see it, so creating gender neutral toilets. So the other day I was in a toilet assuming it was men's, and then I realized that it was meant for both sexes, and it was extremely uncomfortable making for me. So there are all these things happening. I mean, suddenly, I don't know why, but in North America and the Anglo countries, sexuality has suddenly opened up. By sexuality, I mean kind of your sexual identity has opened up as a huge question. And you know, I know where teachers are being in a school, a teacher had to resign eventually because she had addressed the class as boys and girls. And people said that because they're non-binary, they're neither boys nor girls. They're, you know, boy today, girl tomorrow. And again, we were talking before of lack of trust or whatever. But these movements that are really taking off in America from school onwards, as people come into puberty onwards. I mean, I'm just too old to even understand, but I'm besieged by it. It's on all sides, and My colleagues who are younger to me and who have children going through college are often, or in school, are often faced with this problem. Sometimes the children have to be hospitalized, and I don't fully get what is going on, but surely it produces a lot of problems that you would regard as mental health problems. Which is not to say it's madness. But it's definitely people are stressed out, and you know, yeah, yeah.
See, continuing with that conversation, it's also about the quality of life. When you said Vivekananda died at the age of 27 or 29, he achieved much more than a 70 or 80-year-old person can achieve in life with all the technology available. So in the Stoics dying, or so I'm saying that with all the capitalist technology and healthcare, everything, as she was, see, the question is coming from there, question of mental health and the health, the sexual confusion challenges and all that. So what do you have to say about this, that the quality of life, in other words, science has made death a very impossible proposition, that they want to believe you. I say, as you said, the scientific fabulation that you will not die, we have the right medicine for everything. So is it, or does it have something to do with accepting mortality, like that we are, it also goes back to the idea that we are all part of the system, that we also will die, and do we have to really extend and then be proud about the extension of life at any cost, without minding what is the quality and what is the meaning of your extension of life?
Well, first of all, I should also mention that I have doctor friends who don't believe we can become immortal. They say our organs just can't last, and you will have to constantly. So in the end, it's like this: the story of the grandfather's umbrella, where you've changed everything, and you still call it the grandfather's umbrella. So you might, the immortal you may not be you. So my doctor friend saying JBS Haldane had a very interesting essay written in the 50s or 30s called "Being the Right Size." So he said that everything, like our bodies are proportional. You can't make a cockroach the size of Raju. You can't just expand it. The bodies have their own proportionality, which depends on how long you might live for, what you have to do, all of those things. So we may not become immortal. I mean, that's a contestable proposition. But about long life, you see, again, so if you think of infant mortality and the kind of things that my grandmother used to use to deal with it. So my grandmother lost many children, my father's mother. My father had only two because there was antibiotics. My grandmother lost 4 or 5 children, and she used to have visions of them coming back. So she would say, so and so came back today and spoke to me, even before she got dementia. So people of that period used to have all these other ways of coping with that grief. Mothers dying from childbirth was huge. So as a human being, it's very hard to go back to that period, right? So in some ways, again, it's Raju's question, the short term and the long term. If you think of it from the point of view of a particular person losing a particular person, then the desire to have them around makes sense, and you are immensely grateful to science. I mean, I'm very grateful that my wife survived cancer, and without chemotherapy, it wouldn't have happened. I mean, there are bad effects of chemotherapy, but but in the long run, collectively, what is it doing? These are two different questions. Something that may very good in the context of my own life may not be very good in the context of many lives and over long term.
We have a question from Sneha Saji. Sir, if we look,
What am I? Yeah.
if
What are your
we
views? Okay.
if we look in a diasporic way, then what are your views on human migration and environmental or planetary crisis? Have transnational movements created much crisis or development?
Well, given the reality of how many people there are on the planet, I agree with my friend Ashil Membe that there needs to be a resettlement of human beings. And honestly, I think if more Indians can go to other places, It will not be a bad thing if our cities are less populated. We have so many young people we can't give jobs to. So you know, this we were discussing yesterday, that migration is not always a bad thing. There are always a cost of migration. Your children forget your language. You pay a huge amount of, and migration is not the same as colonization. When the Europeans came, they colonized these people, they brought their culture. Um, in in schools of music in America and in Australia, I saw that people would actually teach pre-Renaissance ways of teaching. So they keep up their culture. Or the churches have their hymns, which are sometimes 12th century, sometimes 11th century, right? So Europeans kept their cultures. But as a migrant, you often stand to lose your culture as a non-Western migrant in these countries. But at the same time, I think if we can't give jobs, then migration is not a bad thing. I mean, global migration. There's a lot of internal migration that also happens because people come from the northeast to find jobs and from Bengal to find jobs. So human beings first of all, have always been migrants. You know, when Lady Diana died, I was in Australia. I was having a discussion in my classroom, and it turned out Lady Diana's family had lived in the same house for 500 years. And I asked my class, is there anybody amongst you whose family has lived in the same house for 200 years? Australia, you know, being 200 years old, as colonized, there was nobody. So most human beings migrate. And human civilization, human evolution is about migration. Out of Africa to, you know, other parts of Africa, to Asia, to other places. So I have nothing against migration as such.
There's one more question from Sandra Mariam. Can you comment on the biomedical praxis that deems the medical practitioner's declaration as central and the patient's lived experience as marginal or non-existent?
No, I don't think I'm qualified to comment on it except as a layperson, but you know, then my view would be the same value as anybody else's. It's a good question, Sandra, but I don't think I'm the right person to answer it.
Can we take any more questions from the audience?
So another question from Ajay James. Could you speak about cosmopolitanism and global citizenship and how we can negotiate it with the dominant idea of nation state?
Yeah, the nation state. So the nation, I mean, there are many downsides to the nation state, and we increasingly see it. At the same time, with the refugee crisis in the world, there's more need for cosmopolitanism. So at the moment, the UN count of refugees is like what, 68 million people are officially considered refugees, or 65. And the prediction is that if the climate crisis, if the average temperature goes up by 3 degrees Celsius, then we'll have about 300 million climate refugees from all the coastal parts of the world. And they will have to find places. And also, if global warming goes on, then there will also be domestic, internal migration from less habitable places to more habitable places. So if cosmopolitanism is a name for accepting people from other cultures, other looks and things, I mean, we need more of cosmopolitanism, not less in that sense. But the nation states are showing their downsides also because, as I was saying the other day about the Himalayas, the Himalayas service, the rivers from the Himalayas service many countries from Pakistan to Vietnam. So the glaciers are of interest to all of these countries. but the glaciers are all nationalized on the Chinese side, Indian side, Pakistan side. And we need a regional authority to help maintain the health of these glaciers. But that requires these nation states to cede some of their power voluntarily and willingly. But the nation states are so mistrusting of each other that they don't want to do this. Instead, they want to kind of use these resources as their own resources. As we saw with the pandemic, I think we're living in an age in which the nation state is not an adequate form of institution, while at the same time we can't deny that there are many other situations where we need the nation state. It exists. There's still a rationale for nation states to exist. I was, as I said, coming to Kerala, I was very grateful that I didn't have to get another visa, and because as you know, Travancore had a proposition for remaining independent at independence, right? I mean, this is one of the only princely states that actually had it had the earliest treaty with East India Company, Travancore, and so the argument, the famous Diwan, what was his name? CP, the Sri Ramaswamy. Yeah, I mean, CP's argument was that this was an independent state, which should remain an independent nation state. But just coming to Kerala, which I love coming to, I was very grateful that I didn't have to get another visa or another stamp, another bureaucracy. But on the overall, I feel given the planetary scale of our problems, neither the nation state nor the United Nations is the right kind of representative body to deal with these planetary levels of crisis. And the Himalayan glaciers are planetary as the Amazon forests, right? As planetary as the Siberian permafrost. These are regions that keep the climate of the planet in place, and I don't think these places should be completely under the control of nation states.
Hello, sir. So I want to ask you told about the history of the energy, about coal, wood, and etc. And you mentioned about the present energy resources. So my question is, what would be the future of energy? So in the future, currently the electric vehicles and other things are coming up, but even though the battery systems might be a big problem, the chemicals in the battery systems, it might be a big problem. So will there be a sustainable development even though we find out electric vehicles and hydrogen fuels, etc.?
Well, I mean, what I read is hydrogen fuel, electric vehicles. I mean, they'll come, but the most utopian dream that I've seen, probably feasible, is for us to collect the energy, the sun, the solar energy that escapes the planet and goes past it. So, most of the life and everything is based on the solar energy that hits the planet. But now they're thinking that they might create technology whereby they'll actually harness the solar energy that goes past the planet and put it to human use, right? The problem with electrical vehicle batteries, lithium batteries, and all of those things that the mining creates ecological problems. And even in solar panels and electrical batteries, they need some materials like tellurium, which can only be mined from undersea islands. And these undersea islands are actually biodiversity hotspots. So when you mine them, you kill the biodiversity around those mountains, and that's not good. So the hydrogen fuel, people are experimenting with hydrogen fuel. I think we will eventually make a transition from, we will not remain a fossil fuel based economy, but what damage will happen in the process is hard to know. You can talk about the damage that has already happened. That is known, right? Yeah. But as I keep saying, that there's no perfect solution because we've already done enough damage to not be able to escape further damage even as we transition away from fossil fuels.
So that's the question there. And maybe after you.
Sir,
Raju has a question.
sir, so your take on planetarity, can we say that uh, this focus on planetarity is another way of succumbing our not succumbing, actually becoming humble before life with a capital L? That instead of being masters of life, that we are progressively recognizing that we are just part of this. So when we think like that, when all this planetarity is basically regarding the physical aspect of life, but we as human beings also recognize that we have a psychological aspect to our lives, which is intimately connected with the physicality of our lives. Think about psychosomatic aspect of our lives. So is it so? Will there be a time when we go beyond this planetarity and we have to recognize life which goes beyond this planet, or life which is not just physical? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so first of all, in my use of planetarity, I had a lot of slides on planetarity the other day, but I realized that if I included all that in the lecture, it would take longer, and it would take longer to explain what I had to say. But fundamentally, this is what I was doing. In my book, I develop a distinction between the globe and the planet centrally. And I say the globe is a 500-year-old construction. It begins with European expansion, imperialism, then capitalism, colonization. But its main thing is technology, whether it's steamships, sailing ships, aeroplane, rockets. It's through technology that we made this sphere into the human habitat. So human beings went everywhere, colonized, etc., etc. So if you tell the story, if you tell the human story as a global story, then human beings are the protagonists of that story. They're at the center because they made the globe. Whereas when you put human beings in the context of history of the planet and of life on it, human beings are decentered. They're not at the center. So in that sense, it can be productive of a sense of humility or whatever. And I was arguing that we begin to see the planet only because the globalization has gone to such an extent as to damage some of the planetary processes. That's why we are talking about it. Otherwise, only specialist scientists would have talked about it, right? So the crisis makes it more visible. And I was, as a historian, I was saying that we should look at human beings from both these perspectives. We are both global and planetary. We are not simply global. We are damaging the planetary processes. In that sense, we have become planetary. So we need to understand what keeps life going. What is the role of biodiversity? Why, for instance, there may be a proposal. As I said, there is a proposal to put an economic price on biodiversity. So now we have environmental impact. When you set up a new industry, you have to go to the government and give a report on what is the environmental impact, and they clear them. But maybe you should have a report saying what biodiversity loss will it entail, and there should be a price on it. So some economists are saying that price would be so prohibitive that any investment that results in biodiversity loss would not be allowed. Right? At the moment, they are allowed. Like Adani's coal mines project in Australia is going to destroy even further the Great Barrier Reef, the reef there. So they would argue that if that happens, don't allow the investment to. But that hasn't happened. They've actually accepted the investment with other problems have been created. So, so that was my point about the planetary. Now, when you say beyond the planetary, you mean whether cosmological thinking will go on? That humans will always have. Humans will always wonder about their place in creation. And different religions give different kind of answers. Science also gives another kind of answers, right? I mean, the scientific cosmology from James Jean to others today, that, I mean, they're from time a book comes out. I mean, like, there are books about very interesting, or even on YouTube we'll find this interesting discussions of what existed before the Big Bang. Is it a meaningful question in scientific terms? What do we mean when we say time and space began with the Big Bang? Right? So these are scientific questions as well as quasi-philosophical questions, right? And this could be theological questions as well. So but I'm not making any comments on those things for my purpose. But I think that's a different story. So yeah, thanks, Raju. So I'll return to this question, Anisa's question.
Ms. Fatima, she has another question on the whole perception of development and its equation with infrastructure and technology. Would you agree that our perceptions about development are rather hegemonic? For instance, you mentioned yesterday about the bridge in Meghalaya made of trees and roots. Would that be called development, or would that be only if it was a concrete bridge in its place?
Right. No, I think that's a good question. Unfortunately, the dominant idea of development is the big bridges. So I'll tell you why these geologists gave the example of the Meghalaya bridge to draw out the principle. So these are geologists Mark Williams and Jan Zalasowicz. Just to introduce them, I should tell you that Jan Zalasowicz is the person who chairs the subcommittee on the Anthropocene in London, and that committee is tasked with making a submission to the International Union of Geology for acceptance, for formalization of the word Anthropocene. So he and his colleague Mark Williams wrote this book on biosphere. And Mark Williams had been arguing for a while that the more sustainable technology is one that produces a waste that can be recycled. He is saying that today's cities, today's technology, like, when that computer in front of us, when that is not working anymore, what will happen? So ideally, if you're a good citizen, you will take it to some computer recycling place. If you're a bad citizen, you will just put it in your ordinary garbage bin and not worry about it. But most people are bad citizens because it takes time to find out where to take this computer. Even in Chicago, I have to sort of sometimes find this place. And what will that place do? Even if you do everything, so this will try to recycle some of the elements in the computer, but not everything is recyclable. What will you do with the things that are not recyclable? You will try to export it to some poor country, right? China used to buy Australian garbage. China has refused to buy anymore. So Australians are still collecting garbage. We don't know where they go. So they're dumping it somewhere, maybe some Pacific island. And the modern civilization is full of unrecyclable waste that cities produce. There's this technology is produced. So their argument is that if we want to become really sustainable, then our technology has to be recyclable. The waste has to be recyclable. And the best example of that are biodegradable technologies. So if you had a bridge made of roots, one day the roots may die and you will have to build another bridge. But even the dead roots will be recycled by the earth, right? Whereas today, in the Pacific, it's funny because of ocean currents and temperature, all the plastic garbage collect in one hemisphere of the Pacific Ocean. And all the space junk eventually collect in the other hemisphere of the Pacific Ocean. And they destroy other forms of life. The fish eat plastics when it becomes microplastics. So, so that's the argument they were making, and which is why they gave the example of the Meghalaya bridge, that if you're really serious about sustainability, you have to be really serious about biodegradability technology. And we're nowhere near there. I mean, to imagine a computer that would just be like that bridge in Meghalaya is, I mean, I can't imagine it, right? So at the moment we're living with this, with basically putting the waste out of sight and out of mind. But it doesn't mean that the waste is not there.
Sir, would you like to take the next question now or in the afternoon? Okay. So Kesang Bodh's question is, sir, since you mentioned the Himalayan glaciers and me being from the Himalayan region and witnessing the water crisis in my region because of the great drop in yearly snowfall in a decade, how can locals have regional power on our environment so they can maintain a balance in said environment? Tourism culture is also a crucial aspect of our region's water crisis.
No, thank
It's
you for your
more-
question. I have a lot to learn from you than rather than telling you about your region. I mean, I only go by what I read. And this is a real crisis. I'll tell you what, we can't solve the climate problem without giving local people more power and local institutions more power. So, you know, if humans are going to be a city dwelling species, city governments will need more power to deal with cities. But if you look at the trend in Indian politics, is actually either for central government or for state governments to control power and not share it with the mayors of the cities. The mayors of the cities are very weak political positions in our structure, but actually, if cities are going to be important, then city governance has to be taken very seriously. And in that sense, there has to be a real devolution of power to deal with the kind of destruction that you, Kesang, are talking about. So I'm totally sympathetic to what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. With that, we have come to the end of the morning session. We will be continuing a discussion from 2:30 to 3:30 at the Cardinal Padiera Hall. Thank you, Professor Chakrabarty.
Thank you. Yeah, we're 2 o'clock is fine. 2 to 3. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So it's 2 to 3?
So there's a change in the schedule. We will be continuing a discussion from 2 to 3 o'clock at the Cardinal Padiera Hall. Thank you, Professor Chakrabarty, and all the online and offline participants for your kind cooperation and participation. Once again, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Dipesh will speak for like 20 minutes so that you want this exercise to be more inclusive. He will talk for 20 minutes and then there will be the usual Q&A and actually Professor Dipesh would like to hear from you about his works in general on provincializing Europe and any work that he has written. So not necessarily about planetarity alone. So that's to inspire and enthuse all of you that he will talk for 20 minutes and then there will be the usual Q&A. So I welcome all of you and over to Professor Dipesh.
Now it's working, no? Yeah, clearly. Oh, great. I can see the slides. Okay. Okay, good. So I just thought I'd go a little deeper into the global and the planetary distinction from my point of view. so that you see what I'm trying to say. I mean, the first time when I was lecturing, I thought including all this would be just making it things too complicated. So to start with, since I came into the question of climate change in terms of the challenges it threw to my discipline of history, this human beings as a every individual human being an autonomous agent, as we think when we think democracy, to human beings being geological agent. As I was thinking through all this, there was a French philosopher, Catherine Malabou, who first pointed out to me that the word globe in globalization is not the same as the word globe in global warming. And she was right. And as I began to think through that distinction, it became clear to me that when we say global warming, we are referring to the surface temperature of the atmosphere. We are referring to what is happening under the oceans, inside the oceans. We are referring to what is happening in the stratosphere, in the ozone layer. So clearly we are talking about something else, the planet, rather than the globe in the sense in which we were using it. So you see, until I began to talk about these things, most historians, literature departments, anthropology departments, that is in the humanities, most people were talking about being global. So, see, what used to be taught as Indian writing in English became the question of global English. So we moved from the age of, R.K. Narayan, Rajarao, Nissim Ezekiel, all these people to Amitav Ghosh, following Salman Rushdie, and global became the word for it. And as I thought about what global meant, it became clear that global is the world that initially Europeans made through their empire building technology. That was then put together by capitalism, marketplace, and technology. So you could say that the global is how this world became a sphere for all of humanity. So I would begin, if I thought about global, what made for the global, I would begin with the sail ships from Europe, the sailing ships, and end with the picture, which was called, the two pictures. 1968, there was a picture taken from space called Earthrise, not Moonrise, but Earth rising on the horizon. And then in 1972, there's a very famous picture called The Blue Marble that probably everybody has seen. That is the Earth seen as a sphere, looked at from outside. So I would say that was the global. But globalization got intensified, particularly after 1950, as I was arguing, the period of great acceleration. And the more it got intensified, the more we began to have planetary scale environmental problems like the crisis of biodiversity, climate change, water shortage, nitrogen being fixed to produce more crops. In other words, the way the planet works, the way Earth system works, was not only becoming visible to scientists, it was eventually after 2007, the fourth report of the IPCC, it was gradually becoming part of everyday news. Now it's everyday news. All of us here have at least heard the expression climate change. And all of us here know that it is not a good thing. So when you think of the planet is really my way of bringing in the Earth system, that is the history that the scientists were telling. And basically I was creating global and the planetary as perspectival points. So in other words, vantage points from which you could look at human history with differing results. So the first proposition I made was that the global was human-made and humanocentric. The planetary, that is what relates to the Earth system, is a human construct. Scientists were constructing it. So it's an abstraction, but it decenters the human, because the story that geologists can tell, or the history that evolutionary biologists can tell, is that are histories in which humans come too late to be at the center of the story. As I was telling you the other day, that if you imagine that the earth, when it ends, will be 100, then humans come when the earth is 80. Um, global thus belongs to the recorded history of 500 years. So the planetary is about deep history, the geobiological history of the earth system. The global is uniquely and singularly human. As I was saying, humans are at the center of that story. But the planet, the earth system, is a comparativist category. Why is it a comparativist category? Because people began to think about how life was supported on this planet because they were interested in making Mars inhabitable. So they were asking this question, why is Mars so cold, Venus so hot? And they discovered that Venus has already had planetary warming. And so the planet came out of these comparative studies of these different planets. Sustainability belongs to the global and is human-centric. That's how sustainability is defined. That the Brundtland Commission says sustainability is a problem of humans leaving the earth as habitable and usable for future humans. The central question of planetary science is what makes a planet habitable. It's called the habitability problem. So it refers to other forms of life as well, not exclusively human. Sorry, can I have the next set? So the global is about what I call a human dominant order of life. So now humans dominate the order of life on the planet. The planetary, when you read about the Earth system, reminds us that humans are a minority form of life. After plants, the majority form of life after plants, both by weight and numbers, are microbial. So if you take the plants out, then the majority forms of life, both by weight and numbers, are microbes. Can I have the next slide, please? So that's just showing the biomass. If I it's hard to read from here, but that's actually the biomass of animals. But thank you. And you will find that there's fish, mollusks, and if you go further down, let me check on this one. Oh, sorry, thank you. Basically, so if you look at wild mammals, that is wildlife, as I was saying, the biomass is the last one, is wildlife. Humans are bigger than wildlife, as you can see. Humans are here. This is humans. And that's livestock. That's the animals we keep for biomass. So as we go up, at the very top, yeah, okay, thank you. How do I go to the top? At the very top, so if you go up, you have livestock, mollusks. So at the very top are arthropods, and then the microbes and all that. So you can see where humans are. I lost my network connection. It says trying to reconnect. So my point is that, and whereas with regard within human societies, there's been a lot of philosophical thinking about how to think as from a minority position. So if you forget what I was talking about biology, just if you think of Faisal Devji's book on Gandhi, for instance, The Impossible Indian, he argues that Gandhi began his political thinking in South Africa from the position of being in a minority. Right? So in most nation states, or in most even our states, there's always a majority of people, whether it's a Malayalam speaking or Bengali speaking, and we normally speak from within the comfort of belonging to the majority. And Faisal's argument was that Gandhi was trying to develop a minoritarian form of thinking, which relates to, in the Jewish tradition, Hannah Arendt has a very interesting book, essays, where she uses an unfortunate Tamil word, which today we would regard as unfortunate because she didn't know, But she was always saying that the Jews that had assimilated into European societies really could not think for all the Jews. You had to think from a position of being a minority, and her expression for that minority position in Jewish thinking, she called it thinking as a pariah Jew. Pariah Jew. So she uses a word that comes out of obviously Tamil, but without quite understanding. I mean, she just used it. So her examples were Kafka, Heine, and other people. So there's a, and this is something that Deleuze picks up later on in the book on minor literature and stuff. So if you transfer to humans that kind of thinking, that humans actually are a minority form of life. So you have to then realize, how do we create a form of life that acknowledges our status of being a minority? Okay, so can we get to the next slide, please? So that's just putting it in a different form. But the only thing I want to point out is that, so bacteria is the blue on the top left-hand side. Fungi is the deep blue one. Fungi is, you can see that, right? You can read, that's readable. Okay. So that's plants, that's bacteria. So you can see where animals are, and humans are part of animals. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So then my next point is that the globe, the earth, the world are about a mutuality between humans and the earth. Now, I'll use some contrasting what I said about that modern atmosphere and the oxygen story. That the oxygen story is a one-sided relationship between humans and the planet, because it's only other forms of life that refresh the oxygen, maintain the oxygen. We don't do anything. We are simply beneficiaries of this oxygen. So it's a one-way street. Whereas Heidegger is the one philosopher there are many other philosophers, many other religious traditions where the assumption was that God has provisioned the planet for us. Or Heidegger wouldn't, without using God, Heidegger would say the earth responds to us. So he says, for instance, when I approach a fruit-bearing tree, it is as though the earth rises as the sap of the tree to greet us as the fruit, like the coconut, the young coconut we had yesterday. So he is saying there's this mutuality between me and the earth. It greets me. His position is more complicated, but I'm saying that sense of mutuality belongs to the globe, to our sense of earth, to our sense of the world. The planet does not return our gaze. And therefore, the globe is a moral political entity. And that's why questions of inequality, questions of oppression, questions of capitalism, questions of imperialism, all of those things that we were talking about yesterday, for me, are part of the globe. Even though it's intensification of capitalism, it's intensification of extractivism that reveals the planet to us. But the planet cannot be grasped within the moral political order of the globe. And therefore the planetary forces reduce us to our creaturely lives. Let me give you an example and say what the word creaturely there is biblical in the way that I've used it. So remember the whole tradition, surely from Kant, Aristotle is of course there, but Kant to Heidegger, Kant to Hannah Arendt, saying that what makes humans distinctive is our moral life, right? That's why we have political life. What we share with other creatures is the instinct to live on, the instinct to survive. So the instinct to survive, the politics of survival, is not any kind of politics in their eyes. So that's why we often talk about the poor as engaging in the politics of survival. Their creativity, jugaad, whatever you want to think about it. We often talk about subalterns as exhibiting this politics of survival. But in Kantian ideas of political, that's not politics. That's just being like another creature. And planetary fury reduces planetary fury in that sense. If the moral is the source of the political, planetary fury exhausts that source. And the example I give is when Australia suffered these huge big fires in 2019-20, South Australian government made a decision to kill 10,000 camels in the deserts because the camels were competing with a group of humans, a bunch of Aboriginal people, for water. Now then you see what happens is, so they were going to go with helicopter gunships and kill these camels. But that's like, there you have to imagine helicopter gunships as part of the skeleton of the humans. In other words, it's like two creatures fighting each other for survival. And humans can get away with killing the camels because they have guns. But guns here are like your teeth and your sort of claw. It's really a kind of a mechanized expression of that. And that is not politics. That's politics of survival. One of the interesting things today is that when Elon Musk and people talk about going to Mars, going to another planet to survive, the rich are talking about politics of survival. That is a degree to which we have a problem, right? So can we have the next slides? Okay. So this is a point that I've made, that one of the things about the planet is there's a history of how humans tend to forget to read the intimations that the planet sends us in everyday life about. So, and technology is central to this story. I've already given you examples about how the history of technology is about making weather kind of into a minor problem. Whereas in any rural society, seasons are absolutely life and death questions, right? So as we come into modern technology and refrigeration, travel, all of these are modern technologies. Without refrigeration, Texas would have been uninhabitable. Refrigeration saves life, but without refrigeration, you can't move medicine around. Without refrigeration, I can't eat mangoes the whole year round, right? So in a way, refrigeration, these things have a tendency to make weather, seasons into a minor thing for humans, and put it, I don't say it here, put it in the room of the fatigue. Fatigue is the conversation you have in order to begin a conversation. So when you meet somebody and you say, what a nice day. What a nice day, or today we are saying it's not as hot as it was yesterday. When you say that, you are actually acknowledging the work that the sun, the wind, the clouds are all performing. This is an acknowledgement of the planetary. But what we do is that we acknowledge it, then forget it, and talk about the next committee meeting or whatever is kind of human, right? But if two peasants met and talked about the clouds, it's very serious talk, because it has absolutely immediate implications for their lives. So the more urbanized we get, the more technology dependent we get, the more is the marginalization in cultural terms of the seasons and the weather. Planetary is also macro and micro. So don't think of the planetary as simply being huge. It is huge in some sense. But the microbiome is planetary. The viruses and the bacteria are planetary. So planetary actually is a scalar entity, but it's can be very micro and extremely macro. My next point is the planet, the Earth system, is not the same as nature. So when we read romantic poets, when we read Marx on agriculture, soil and stuff, when we talk about human domination of nature, we use a particular kind of category, which is nature, of which humans have had a conception for many years in different languages. In Sanskrit or Bangla, we say Prakriti. I don't know what it's the same in Malayalam. Yeah. So these have long histories, these words. But nature is something that indexes human experience of nature. So when we say it's beautiful, when we say the sea is vast, when we say here are the paddy fields, yesterday we were out in the paddy fields, nature indexes human observation. The Earth system, as scientists study it, actually talks about what the deep seas do for maintaining the climate of the planet, what the Siberian permafrost does, what the ozone layer does, what carbon dioxide does, right? These are not things that humans experience. So sometimes when people come and tell me, didn't Marx say this? I mean, Marx said certain things about nature. Humans have said things about domination of nature, but nature is not the same category as the Earth system. So planet is not nature. And finally, I want to say that the personal is not only political, it is also planetary. And I've talked a little bit about this through kind of, there's a certain kind of corruption we get in India, which is, I think of it as demand driven corruption. Like the demand for housing produces the sand mafia. But housing is intimately tied to both good desires, bad desires, desire for investment, desire for housing for the poor, development plans, all of those things, as well as the other decisions we make. And let me end by saying this, that not all of us are equally planetary. The poor are much less planetary than the rich are, than the privileged are. But at the same time, it's not like the poor don't benefit from the planetary conditions. So, so in some ways, producing housing stock for the poor. I mean, if you look at Chinese eviction of people internally, domestically, and forcing them to go to cities, and if you go to China, one of the people were exhausted. I mean, the last time I visited was in around 2010, and Shanghai and other places, and Chinese people kept saying in their broken English, they kept saying, too much development, too much development. It's just that cities were just rows and rows of housing blocks. And again, I mean, when we speak of pulling people out of poverty, that's what it means. So that the poor are not unaffected by the condition of planetary. It's in that sense that the personal is not only political. We'll just stop there. Okay, so I just want to make a few remarks on the distinction between the global and the planetary. I just thought it would have been too much to introduce all this into the lecture for the time allotted for what you could process. So it's okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an enriching session, and the floor is now open for our Q&A session. Participants, both online and offline, may ask your questions and clear your doubts regarding the topic of discussion or anything else that you'd like to bring up.
Could you make the distinction between planet and nature? Speak a little bit about that. Yeah. So I was saying that the planet is. Oh, let me take a step back. So I was, as a historian and as a humanist, I was trying to think about what is my uptake from the science of climate change. So my uptake was that Earth system has become a perspectival point from which I can look back on human beings, as I was showing. And the planet, so I named it planet. Earth system was too much of a scientific mouthful, whereas planet was already coming into discussion. Gayatri Spivak had written a little bit about planetarity. Others, Eugene Thacker had written a little about planet. The word was already in circulation. The difference was that if you go back to the 50s, people sometimes use planet and globe as synonymous words, but now they're becoming separated. But even today, I think there's a confusion between nature and Earth system. That is nature and planet. Nature is an old category, like Prakriti, used in many different contexts. But what I'm saying is, when you look at it, it is something that indexes human experience of the world. So either you see a landscape as nature, it's beautiful, it gives you a spiritual feeling. You see, so first of all, it's seeable nature. We only know of the microbes through the invention of the microscope. So even when Buddhists and Jains talk about insects are visible. Microbes are not visible to the plain eye. So without the microscope, we would not have seen the bacterial world, the viral world. And in that sense, when we talk about the working of the planet, it is referring to certain functions which are not visible to human eye or human perception, right? And in that sense, it's different from nature. What you would have celebrated or described, A storm is part of nature because you experience it. An earthquake could be, even though it's planetary in origin, it could be part of nature because you experience it. So you could write ruins, both sort of, disaster. Novels have been written about earthquake and things. So that I'm calling nature. Nature is that which indexes human experience. But Earth system, it's an abstraction put together by scientists as a way of trying to tell us how this thing works, why life subsists, why life continues. Life has continued for 3.5 billion years, and complex life like ourselves, multicellular life, of 500 million years. And to explain that, when they talk about the life support system, they talk about the work that things we can't see. Viruses, bacteria, microbes do, protists, they do. So in that sense, this is a category that does not primarily index human experience, right? Unlike nature, which is a category that indexes human experience, primarily. And that's the big distinction I'm making. So sometimes people draw, see, Marx read, there was a German soil chemist in the early 19th century who was trying to discuss how humans could actually increase productivity, because people were leaving villages and coming to industries, factories, the enclosure movement in England, right? That was happening. And there was a question of, now there are poems like The Deserted Village and stuff that is actually discussing this thing. But so Marx was interested in the early soil chemistry. And the early soil chemistry already marked a departure from physiocratic ideas, where physiocrats talked about gifts of nature. That nature often gives me more than what I sow, right? So this, Marx was saying that we've moved from the gifts of nature to what he called metabolic rift, that we now have to produce more by artificially feeding the soil in order to feed the people moving to the industries. And some people have seized on this, good scholars, Jeremy Foster, Saito, and others have seized on these things to say that Marx had already anticipated today's crisis. And my argument is that he may have anticipated, but it's not the same category. There's a qualitative shift. The Earth system is not the same as a continuity of nature, because nature primarily indexes human experience, and Earth system doesn't. And that's why it's very, one never goes out and say, I see the Earth system, it's so beautiful. You see the mountain, which may seem beautiful. You see an anthill, which may seem wondrous, right? But you can see bacteria when it's in very large bands. For instance, in the Chilean, a friend of mine, a Chilean microbiologist woman, she works on bacteria in the lithium mines and in the salt mine. And she was just showing me photos, because the salt is white and flamingos come to eat bacteria. But bacteria are so numerous that you see them in photographs as a huge red band over the white of the snow. That means there are zillions of bacteria there to actually be able to see them without microscope. Right? But normally you would need the microscope to see them. Right? So that's why this is many scientists studying different things have had to come together to construct something abstract called the Earth system, which I'm now, for my purpose, calling the planet, and looking back. And sometimes people come and say, but had not Marx already said it? Why did you say that Marxism is not sufficient? So that's the reason I'm saying Marx had said some very things, but the Earth system is not the same as nature, and therefore it doesn't make sense to say that Marx had foreseen Earth system science.
What is the place of the rest of the cosmos outside the Earth?
Outside the solar system. That they're not, see, that this is this question, what makes a planet habitable, leads directly to that branch of science called astrobiology. All this search for exoplanets, when you read in the newspaper, we found another Earth-like planet, or so many habitable planets. This habitability is the question that is central to astrobiology, astral biology, life. And so it's really asking, how would life, is Earth the only place where life has happened? Or can life happen on other planets? It's a cosmological question, but it's a limited question. It's not asking what a black hole is. It's not asking about how much do we know. I mean, it's when we the knowable, the known universe, they say in physics, is still 4% of what exists. So it's within that limit knowledge, all this is being said. So that field is not being dealt with, right? It's a limited question. What makes a planet habitable for life and therefore for human beings?
We have an online question from Miss Angel Sebastian. Could you please elaborate on the connection between planetarity and post-humanist philosophy?
Well, one connection obviously is the question of viruses and the back, right? I can speak? Yeah. So one connection is that question of the relationship between how the earth functions, the role of bacteria, algae, even in producing the great oxidation event. So there was an event in the history of the planet 2.5 billion years ago, when certain kinds of algae and bacteria produced oxygen. There is still mainly nitrogen. So all most forms of life, like bacteria, were nitrogen fixing bacteria. And when these creatures produced more oxygen, it's called the great oxidation event. Oxygen is actually a poisonous gas for those forms of life. So a lot of those forms of life died, and a lot of the nitrogen fixing bacteria went underground, and some of them still live underground. So sometimes scientists call it the oxygen holocaust, right? Because it killed life. So this atmosphere that we breathe, which has existed for 400 million years, is known as the modern atmosphere of the planet, right? So going back to the question, so planetarity, I mean, this planetary history has been made possible by the work of non-human agencies. As I was saying, the oxygen story, that they keep the oxygen story going. So the question of the agency of the non-human is central. And post-human is, let's say, the imagination of the human being in connection with this world. So that's why the microbiome becomes important. That the fact that we have so many bacteria and viruses inside us, that we actually belong to this vital world. We were swimming in this world with bacteria and viruses and microbes. We're swimming in that world. And that is, if to think of us as human is to take a Lockean view that we are autonomous, we're independent, we fight for rights, then this gives you a post-human view in that sense. Post with respect to that conception of the human, right? That you begin to see human as connected, entangled, and entangled in what? Entangled in other forms of life that keeps this planet as habitable. And that's planetarity, right? So my microbiome is an aspect of my planetarity.
So we have another question from Upsal M. How would you elaborate or redefine the concept of subaltern in the backdrop of the idea of planetarity?
Yeah, subaltern was a humanocentric concept, as Gramsci used it. It meant originally in the military, but look, even before that, in Aristotle's logic, you have subaltern clauses. So actually, subaltern meant a subordinate part of an argument. So it meant subordinate. Militarily, it means of lower rank. Gramsci used it to basically use class distinction. So it's a very humanocentric concept. But if you want to find subalterns in planetary histories, I would say that that humans have kind of made subalterns of our animal world. Often I say displaced animals. So think of the monkeys in Delhi, and you have to encounter them. And the interesting story about the Delhi monkeys, it's a fascinating story. These monkeys came, because they were losing habitat. They've become so urban that there are parts of Delhi where people fear to go for a morning walk because the monkeys dominate. So they've actually claimed certain parts. Now, but Bill, my question is, should we think of monkeys as refugees? I mean, is the human category refugee? useful in thinking about wild animals, displaced wild animals. The other thing, you can go on YouTube, and there's a fabulous film, a video film of clip, but mainly a security camera took it, outskirts of Mumbai. So Mumbai is expanding into leopard areas, and leopards are coming into the city, not Mumbai city proper, but in these areas, because that used to be their area. And it's fascinating. They initially thought that they would eat street dogs. That street dogs would be easy food. And leopards discovered, again, they're all documented on YouTube. Leopards discovered that street dogs are a problematic prey because they go around in gangs, and leopards hunt singly. And if a leopard attacks a gang of street dogs, they harass the leopard, they howl, they make humans aware of the leopard. Humans come and try to beat the leopard. So the leopards finally discovered that actually pet dogs are much better. They're better fed, they have more flesh on them. And there's a picture of a automatic door that opens in a multi-storied building if you stand in front of it. And the leopard stands in front of it, the door opens, it just rushes in, grabs a pet dog and goes out with it. Now, is this leopard a refugee? Because one of the things that's happening globally is that many wild animals are now trying to be urban animals. Like foxes in London, foxes in Berlin. London is crawling with foxes, and people have backyard foxes, they know. And similarly, leopards are learning, but it's very difficult for leopards to be urban because, they go for little children. So humans kill them. But the leopard-human fight, the animal-human fight, is a very interesting feature of Indian society. So many places where elephants raid cities. So many places in Assam where rhinoceros come into cities. Again, because we're destroying their habitat. And so this question of subalternity, if you want to use it, or the question of refugee, displacement, it's happening in animal life because of human encroachment. And it's very interesting to think whether the categories with which we thought subaltern history can also be used as categories. I'm not saying they can't be, but it'd be interesting to think whether you can use it to study the human-animal frontier, the frontier of this conflict. There is an expanding frontier in India today. Yeah. So that's what I would say to that question. Thanks.
The next question is from Paramaguru Raj. Could you find any possibility of extinction of human species in the future? And is there any possibility of human species itself turning to be subaltern in front of non-human species in the near future?
Well, see, I'm not an extinction specialist. So there's a biologist in Berkeley called Anthony. The name will come. He and his wife has a book on this question. And, there are also Barnowski, I want to say, Anthony Barnowski. But also there are other people who've written on this question. Some people argue that we are at the beginning of a sixth great extinction of life. Because the extinction can take, so some people say that that there will be a great extinction, the peak of it in the next 300 to 600 years, if things keep going the way they're going. Now, one lesson from every great extinction is that the species that was the dominant species before the extinction does not remain the dominant species after extinction. So that may, if it happens, if this is true, and if there's a great extinction, then humans will become subalterns. Some other species will rise to dominate. So with the dinosaur story, it's interesting because because only the dinosaurs that survived were what were called the aviatory dinosaurs that became birds. They're the ancestor birds. So, I can't speculate. I'm not even a speciesist specialist, but if you read these books or articles, Anthony Barnowski, I'm now sure of the name, you will see that that's the kind of argument they're putting forward. Species are going extinct at a much higher than normal level of background extinction. There's a normal level of background extinction, but now they're going extinct at a very, very fast level. And they argue that we're in the first phase of a sixth great extinction. And that's why maintaining biodiversity becomes such an important political thing. and even for survival. Some artists, some scientists argue that biodiversity has to be recognized as a non-renewable resource. Right? And some economists say there should be a price put on it. So that's something that you have to absolutely ensure. It's not just moving from fossil fuel to renewable fuel. See, again, it's all from human perspective. So this temporality question is fascinating. Fossil fuels we think of as non-renewable. But if we could hang around for 200 to 300 million years, the planet will make fossil fuels again. They're renewable on a planetary scale. They're non-renewable on a human scale. Right? So what this crisis means is this kind of coming together of different temporal scales. And that's what being planetary is all about. So you live your lifetime, you make your choices, you go out after 70 years, but your choices have a cumulative impact. That can last for a long time. Right? So in that sense, you think of yourself as global, fighting, but you're also planetary. That's what it's saying. It's a human question. Because it operates, it refers to human time scale. Yeah.
So T. Ravichandran asks, in the most emphatic non-human perspective, one can still call out traces of anthropocentrism. So can humans really come out of their anthropocentric perspective and imbibe a pristine planetary perspective?
Professor Rajan, my answer is no. For simple reasons, our perceptual mechanisms are very limited. For instance, we don't see any of the radioactive, any of the magnetic waves around us. We don't see them. Electromagnetic waves, we don't see them. We don't hear sort of ultrasonic sound. We don't see infrared or ultraviolet rays. We don't see them. We know that they exist. So when we speak of non-anthropocentrism, what we speak of is a human effort to stand outside of themselves, as it were, to actually have to look at something from somebody else's point of view. Can you try to adopt the polar bear's point? And this is an ethical position in some ways. Can you look at it from that Leopold Aldo's 1939 or 40 essay called "Thinking Like a Mountain"? Is that essay familiar to anybody? No, it's not familiar to anybody. So Leopold Aldo, this American man, scholar, he used to hunt wolves. And he wrote this essay, very short essay, it's available on the internet, called Thinking Like a Mountain, where he talks about the last wolf he killed. And he said suddenly he looked at the eyes of the dead wolf and got a message. And that message became visible afterwards because all the wolves were finished. So the deer population expanded. The deer population ate the trees on the mountain. So the mountain became a looser structure. So it lost soil, it lost stones, and the mountain vanished. So it was as if the mountain was speaking through the eyes of the wolf to Aldo. And Aldo wrote this beautiful essay called Thinking Like a Mountain. Right? So non-anthropocentrism is like that. You want to know about another creature, know about their world, and think like them. Now, I mentioned Vinciane Desprez in the morning. She gives a very interesting case of a South African woman who is studying baboons. And initially, the baboons just disregarded her. In the same way that we are indifferent to butterflies around us, except for aesthetic purposes, the baboons were not noticing her. And then then she realized that she looked at how baboons noticed other baboons. And then she began to act like a baboon. So first thing she did was urinate around the baboon's place because new urine they were immediately interested in. And even then they were not convinced that they had to be bothered about her. And then finally she noticed how new baboons were accepted into a baboon group. You had to come in submissively. And she began to act like a submissive baboon. And when she did that, they began to accept her a little bit as part of their. That's how she studied them. But this is an effort on a part of a human being to try to get as as close as possible to how a baboon might think. But this is all ultimately human non-anthropocentrism is an exercise of human imagination. Humans can never completely get out of their skin. So that's my answer to your question. Thank you.
Afsal M has another question. The nation states are still dominating in the lives of people in terms of identity, mobility, rights, and so on. So, when we discuss planetarity as an ideology of unity or universe, can we imagine for such a future amidst the dominance of nation states? Or this idea of planetarity, will it remain only in the theoretical level?
Well, I mean, first of all, I have to emphasize that the planet and the global are not binaries. It's the intensification of global that lets us see the planetary. And the planetary exists, it cannot be idealistic, it cannot be theoretical. The construction of the planet is theoretical, informed. So when the Earth system size is an abstract conception, one, it doesn't exist as an object. Something exists as an object that they're approximating as Earth system. And one must not confuse the model with the actual reality of what exists, right? A model is never an exhaustive description of what exists, right? So it's to, I mean, like in models in economics, right? You assume so many things away in order to make the model dynamic, functional. That's what they're doing. So they are trying to explain. So Earth system model. So in that sense, it is never a theoretical, just a theoretical concept. It's trying to explain how the Earth system works. Whether we can make it into a perspective, whether we can come together in a story of unity, I can't tell. What I take. So I've got a book coming out, which is actually called One Planet, Many Worlds. So what I take is that while the Earth system is one, humanity is a pluriverse. Humanity is riddled with differences, and differences matter to humanity. And that's why it's very hard for us to stick to an agreement for a very long time, all humans. So whatever is our planetary reality, we'll have to negotiate them through our own differences of language, caste, class, gender, all of those things. So that's why the global and the planetary are not completely separated. It's not a binary opposition between them.
Do we have any
Thank
other
you, Professor
questions?
Ravichandran, for your kind words.
Do we have?
Sorry, again, you were speaking about the agency of the non-human world in making this earth habitable. Then is that agency similar to the one that you are speaking about, that the humans are taking? Because there's a big difference between those two agencies.
So now there's a debate between scientists. Some scientists talk about the good Anthropocene, by which they mean that, or sometimes they're called eco-modernists. There's a debate, there's an eco-modernist movement where people argue that humans should take charge of this planet, or entire planet. Now, this is, so you see it in small instances. The Chinese, both during Beijing Olympics and whenever they have a big function in the Tiananmen Square, they actually do cloud seeding to make sure that it rains so that the pollution is less. So this is a step towards planetary management, right? This is a step in managing clouds so that on the day of the festival, it seems clear, right? So the photographs are nice, all of those things. It doesn't look bad. Now, so there is a movement, the Potsdam Institute, and they talk in terms of being stewards of this planet. And sometimes the argument is given that if we could design an aeroplane and manage it, fly it, why can't we manage this planet? The problem is we didn't design it. There are many things about it we don't know. I mean, the microbial world is very largely unknown. So it's one thing to design an aeroplane and fly it, but it's another thing to manage something you haven't designed and you don't even know it's designed. The Earth system has moved from one stage to another, one state to another. So personally, I feel very skeptical of that possibility. What has happened is that we have acquired the capability to damage the Earth system we are part of and we are beneficiaries of. So it's a negative capability. It's not yet a positive capability. Vimal.
I apologize for being a little morbid in my, in my questions, but this is very interesting movie that came out about 20 years ago called The Matrix,
Yeah,
which is a deeply philosophical film, completely mistaken for an action movie. But it makes some very profound observations about the nature of human intervention in the physical environment and all these things. So, prima facie, it's about this conflict between machines and humans. And at some point, the machines realize that humans are the problem, right? Because so if you can learn to manage humanity in a manner that it's almost like a symbiotic relationship. You start harvesting human beings, keep them alive, harvest them, and you design some sort of a complicated software for them to play out their consciousness, and that works out best for everyone. And that is the title or matrix of the that's the matrix.
But you
So
can, sorry.
sorry,
No, finish it.
yeah, so there is this program that tries to interact with the human being, and it's a very philosophical sort of a discussion, and this program has nothing but contempt for humanity, right? And he desperately wants to crack this human so that he can be free from human intervention in some sense. And he compares humanity in general to viruses, and they say that you are remarkably similar, right? Because this is what you do, right? You embed yourselves in your environment, and you turn it toxic to the fact that it's completely inhospitable
But
anymore.
viruses don't do that.
That's what the film claims.
Yeah,
The
the film
idea that
claims,
they
yeah.
don't arrive at some sort of a symbiosis between their
Right.
host or their environment.
Right.
So they kind of have to destroy it and then go in search of a new host, or in our case, go looking for Mars to occupy or do something like that. And because apparently that's the new goal that Elon Musk has been setting up for himself, occupy Mars and all those things.
So,
Do you agree with that sort of an
no,
approach?
well, no, I mean, because it's very much, so there's an electronic journal called Aeon, AON. And in the recent issues, you'll find articles against why this Elon Musk experiment is bound to fail on Mars. It just won't work. The scientists are writing. It should fail, but they're saying it's bound to fail on scientific grounds, not on moral grounds. But no, but these are films and things that are interesting, but they kind of isolate the man-machine story out of everything else. Whereas there are other, as I was saying, the Earth system is also about what the deep oceans do, right? What the Amazon forests do, then all these other things. So I think in partly it's a human tendency to think that the story is really about us and the machines we make, but the story is larger than that. And I think that there's a kind of human blindness in thinking it's just us and the machines we make. So that there are philosophical questions in the. I don't deny that, and it's a fascinating film. But I'm just simply saying that to isolate the man-machine relationship out of all the things, because even to produce machines, you have to be extractive. You need some material. So the question is, you come up against the materiality of the planet, and that materiality is dynamic. It's not just this rock here that they interact, right? So it's this entangled, interactive nature of this system that you come across, and I mean, even the tectonic shifts play a role in renewing the surface of the planet and renewing possibilities of life. So there are all these forces at work. That's what. So, but at the same time, what AI can't do, at least from what I know, AI can't access human experience. So you might make a doll, a human-like doll. You drop it from the fourth floor window, and the doll undergoes all the motions electronically programmed of a human being falling, even featuring fear and things. But the doll can't reproduce what, at least as yet, what the human will feel inside. And that what you feel inside is based on the limitations of your perceptual mechanism, right? And therefore the question of human phenomenology is not something that a machine can answer. So the God question, the spirituality question, the existence question, the aloneness question, they all remain for humans. And that's why I have a line in my book where I say, whether you think of the Earth system, you can't ever take your eyes off the individual human in front of you, because the existential questions all remain in spite of all the scientific knowledge.
Next question is from Rajalakshmi Krishnadas. Are there any new modes of social and political interaction that take into consideration the complex histories of coloniality and global capitalism and planetarity?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of sort of decolonial theorists. I mean, Catherine Yusuf, for instance, if you read them, you will find perspectives and approaches. Walter Mignolo, Catherine Yusuf. Um, uh, I don't fully agree with them, but there are people who take that approach, who put history of coloniality and global capitalism and planetarity together. In other words, for them, okay, let me explain to you the difference as I see it. Um, people who There are people, some come from the decolonial angle, some from anti-capitalist angle, who assume that what is driving changes in the Earth system, they accept Earth system science, but they want to argue that what is driving the whole thing is capitalism. Right. So as far as I'm concerned, they employ what I think of as an Aristotelian notion of causality, that there's a final cause and there are more efficient causes. For them, the carbon dioxide molecule is an efficient cause. The final cause is capitalism. You know, this is what Althusser in the 60s used to describe as expressive causality. Earth system science, on the other hand, it comes out of complexity theory and is a system where causality is distributed. Nothing drives the Earth system. So if the scientists say that capitalism has become embedded in the Earth system, once it's embedded in the Earth system, you can't drive the Earth system. The Earth system can move into another state. That's why the question of domination of nature doesn't apply. You can throw the spanner in the works for some processes of the Earth system, but it's basically distributed causality. So I personally don't think through an Aristotelian system of causality, but these people do, and I'm respectful of their work. And if that's what speaks to you, sure, I mean, I have no problems, but I would say go and read Catherine Yusuf, go and read Walter Mignolo, um, uh, and host of other people who think through coloniality of power, decolonial. Um, but there are other people who think somewhat differently. For instance, if you read the person I was mentioning before, Eduardo Viveiros de Castro, the Brazilian anthropologist, you will find a different point of view. But people who are coming to the question from kind of, not everybody, but many who come to the question from an indigenous perspectives and assume that somehow indigenous people had most of the solutions which we've lost, also would belong to this camp. Thank you.
So we have another question from Afsal M.
Yeah.
Do you find any valuable insights from Indian philosophies or philosophers in developing the idea of planetarity?
Okay, so that's a very good question. First of all, two things. First of all, I'm not trained in Indian philosophy. So I did my friend Arindam Chakrabarty or others to learn about Indian philosophizing. But one thing I would say, whether you think of India, Buddhist or Hindu or Islamic, something that I want people never to forget is that Earth system science would not have been possible without science. And the whole perception, the whole theory about how important the viral, the microbial, the bacterial worlds are, would not have been possible without the microscope. So, but on the other hand, where I think there's an open question for a role that Indian philosophy, and by Indian philosophy, I mean, I don't mean either Hindu or Buddhist, I don't mean denomination, but the way in which our philosophical heritage, from whatever source, Christian source or Hindu, whatever, kind of seeps into us, that question comes to me in the form of another question. So when I read somebody like Bruno Latour, who used to be a good friend of mine, and I was very honored by his friendship, I see a Christian philosopher and a kind of an eschatological thinking, in the sense that he would deploy the category of apocalypse knowingly as a Christian philosopher. He would describe this apocalypse. He would say, why are people not moving even though they can see an apocalypse coming? And another French intellectual described him as a heretic Christian thinker because he also thought that one could survive the apocalypse and go over to the other side of the apocalypse if one acted wisely in time, right? So when I come back to India and I look at my friends in subaltern studies, some of the questions here, I kind of think, from where does the resistance come to take climate change seriously? I mean, the question of development, the question of growth, the question of anti-growth, the question of inequality, these things obsess us. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but why? And I think that sometimes I wonder whether that has to do with kind of the philosophical basis where you read at the end of the Mahabharata or any of these epics that pralaya comes, destruction comes. Destruction is the prelude to another phase of creation, right? So whether we actually relate to the possibility of destruction non-apocalyptically, in a not Christian way, irrespective of what our religions are. So in that sense, I think these philosophies are important to understand. And if I were to study deeply the response of South Asian communities to climate change, I would have to think about the repertoire of resources that people already have in relating to disasters, in relating to destruction. So I think the question is very important. I don't have the skills to actually answer, either investigate it or answer it with any degree of sort of detail. Thank you very much.
Do we have more questions from the audience?
Yeah, it may be a repetition, but still, as long as language and imagination is central to talk about planetarity, again, the Anthropocene is going to be there. I mean, Vijendran mentioned about the trace of the Anthropocene, but still, I think Anthropocene, the human is still there. I mean, it's a human who is trying, as you said, the negative capability, so still it is going to be Anthropocene or human-centered. So is there any other way of, say, trying to listen to the trees in their language, the researches into what they want to say, and so on, instead of, as you say, negatively trying to.
So yeah.
And one more thing I want to add is
Sorry.
about, the question of transcending the human. So in a way, would you consider, say, mysticism in another way of, well, it has to be entrapped with religion and so on, but still, mysticism tells you something about the subordination of man, like man after all. Of course, the God category comes there, but still, it helps you to get out of the the human in its centrality.
Yeah, no, as I said, I mean, I have nothing against resources that help you to get out of your skin, as it were, and look at a reality from some other creature's point of view, and the difficulty comes with the microbial world again, or even with the insect world, so you can in your imagination endow a dog or a wolf or a gorilla with kind of motivation which is somewhat like yours, right? You can see the dog getting angry. I mean, Darwin has all those pictures of expressions, and whether we misinterpret it or not, when a dog gets angry, I mean, it communicates to us that it's angry. We don't want to touch it anymore, right? So the dog snarls. I mean, all of those things. But as I was saying, like even with some plants, you have some feeling like that. But when you get to the microbial world, the microbial world is the most challenging world in these terms. And that's why I think they challenge all these propositions about empathy, about putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. And that's why I'm drawn to them, because that is the fundamentally most challenging world. You can't endow them with intention, you can't endow them in motivation. You have to think about, you might argue, as some scientists do, that that when you look at these kind of worlds, there is intelligence, but like, in other words, you kind of derive the idea of intelligence from what you see. So for instance, people would look at the nest of the things that eat wood, termites nest, or whatever, or and when you see them, sometimes they're quite tall, right? And in building those nests, they have to solve some of the same problems that you would need to solve in building the new Empire State Building, right? So people argue that intelligence is natural. It's in there, out there. But consciousness is different from intelligence, right? So that requires a kind of another organ like the brain or something, right? I mean, evolution works. Evolution expresses intelligence. There's a particular insect of particular kind of ants that actually they don't kill if they eat a bigger insect. They don't kill that insect. What they do is they put enough poison into it for it not to be able to resist them as hundreds of ants pull it. But it actually is still able to use its feet. So it walks into the ants' nest. Anesthesia. Basically, they anesthetize it before they actually kill and eat it. So it make them walk. Now that's intelligence in function. But that's not consciousness, right? So, but the thing is, so if, as I showed you those pictures, next to plants, the next biggest biomass is microbial. And that biomass, life itself is such a fascinating thing. It takes so many forms. Its history is fascinating. So when you look at it, that is a real challenge to our thinking, our ethical thinking. You can't get inside. There's no mind to get inside. Right? That's why we can be ethical up to a point with animals, with certain kinds of animals. That's why when people who do animal ethics or cruelty to animals, they use what they call a sentience threshold. Below that, they don't want to think. But that's just wanting not to think. But actually, if only you go below that the most interesting challenge appears, rises to your own mode of thinking.
We have another question from Afsal M.
Yeah.
Can we see the prevalent discussions of planetarity as an aftermath of the COVID-19 experience? Do you consider the pandemic as having provided a platform for a paradigm shift in academic as well as in other discourses?
So to the first question, I say yes. I myself wrote an article in Contributions to Indian Sociology. When did I publish? It came out, I think, in 21 on the pandemic. It's called The Pandemic in Our Sense of Time. The second question, I have to say, there's a real paradigm change takes a lot of time. It doesn't happen that easily. It's only when I write recommendation letters for my students, I say that they change paradigms. But it takes time. So the other one, second one, when we were doing subaltern studies, we were thinking that we are shifting paradigm. Some people accepted it, some people didn't. Paradigms don't change so easily. But yes, between the relation between planetary and COVID-19, several people have written, and I'm one of them. Yeah. On a planetary pandemic change on a planetary scale. True.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Sir, I don't think we have any questions.
Okay.
Shall we end?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to call Professor PJ Thomas to give a few words.
I'm sorry I have to appear and reappear again and again. This is part of the office that I hold as the HOD of the department that I come, not out of any selfishness or human centricity in it at all. But I know this is the, this is the end of a long, series of intense interactions and lectures, which have been going for the last 2 days. And In fact, as the person in charge of the department, I think I should make a few comments in conclusion, and primarily regarding the chief resource person himself. In fact, as Dipesh is always talking about Earth systems, in a way, it is something like some sort of providence or some sort of planetary, conspiracy or coincidence that Dipesh was very generous to accept our invitation. And yesterday when we were talking, he got 2-3 invitations, from one from Sussex, another from Paris, and from another from Italy, and so on. So you see the rate of demand that Professor Dipesh has. So in the midst of all that, he has been very kind. I don't know what stars conspired to make that happen, but still it is never the human, it's never the merit of me or the department, but still it is something really inexplicable. So I'm really, as I said in the introductory part, that I'm really stunned and surprised by the generosity and the magnanimous gesture that Dipesh has shown. So I only met him twice, and then I was happy to keep the connection, keep the contact, and then I'm so happy that I'm retiring this year. So in fact, I mentioned that to him that I wouldn't disturb him anymore. So that would be something that really persuaded him to come anyway. So in fact, it was a really eye-opening, and some people were saying enlightenment for many. And so in the name of the department, the students and the college, I like to place on record, our deeply felt sense of gratitude. And as you have experienced, he's so down to earth, patient, accessible, tolerant, not like a usual scholar who is impatient and so on. Well, I'm not finding fault with anyone, but I'm just being, honest and articulating my experience. He always comes across as a very patient, understanding person and human being. As I said, humanity is at the center of his work and life and career and so on. Anyway, I'm so happy that I was able to meet him again here in the campus, and I hope you all benefited. So I have, as I say, that no words can explain, or no words can thank. No words are enough to thank what you have done for the department. And in fact, you have an Indian audience, I mean a national audience listening to this also, that you have helped us, to go national. That so anyway, in the name of all of you, so I think I would request all of you to give him a round of applause.
May I say a few words?
Round of applause, I think, before thank you. And thank you so much. And then, even if I'm not here, I would request you to come back.
No.
But thank you all.
Let me say a few words. Thank you. No, I mean, first of all, I want to say, the gratitude is mine. I'm very glad that Thomas invited me and it all worked out. I'm very glad to have met all these people and to hear your questions. And I'm very glad to be, it's a funny sense of, I wanted to be back in India for a while. I haven't been for 3 years. And I was starved of India. And even this morning when I was walking to this dosa place, I can't explain it, but to walk on pavements that are badly paved, right? Where you have to watch out for, tripping, uh, and the sun felt familiar, and even the people who were speaking different language, the body languages were not unfamiliar. And when I asked for my dosa, idli, and orange juice, the man, that's what I had yesterday. And the man took a look at me and said, "Parsala." So, and I realized that parcel must mean takeout or takeaway, because I've never heard the English word being used in that kind of way, which is how they use it here. And I'm always, sometimes something is something feels happy within me when I find Indians making interesting use of English words, or even changing them somewhat. When Shahid Amin was working on Gandhi, it was fascinating that he found that the peasants heard the word volunteer and they didn't know its literal meaning, but they knew what it meant in practice. And the word in their mouths became otia. So volunteer became OTR. And Shahid actually uses that word translated in his book on Gandhi. And or, another friend told me that in Madhya Pradesh, I think in Indore, they were saying that the scooter rickshaws were called bhat is the sound they make, and shuar is the Hindi word for pig. And they're called bhat shuars. And that's because when he said it, I immediately saw that only if you looked at a scooter from slightly elevated position, it looks like a pig with its kind of narrowed spout, right? So I kind of thought, how imaginative to call it bhatswar. The onomatic word sort of bhat is there to produce the sound effect, and then it's a pig that goes but, right, in the city. So all this was wonderful. And then of course the great gift was Thomas taking me on a boat ride yesterday, and the food and everything. So the gratitude, the pleasure is mutual. And thank you for your patience that you've sat through the 2 days and asked me engaged in engaging questions. I didn't have answered all of them. But the last thing I want to say, so I'm next year on leave and I want to write a book on planetarity. So I've got this book coming out called One Planet, Many Worlds, The Climate Parallax. So the climate of history book is out, and then the third book is on planetarity. So I was trying out some of the ideas I want to explain, go into some depth. So obviously all of you will be in my acknowledgement collectively, some of you by names. So this experience will be there in the book, in the acknowledgement. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you all. Thank you both of you for kind of moderating, comparing the panel. Thank you for the technical and other help. So yeah, this has been a fabulous time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That marks the end of our program. We invite Milan from First ME English to propose the vote of thanks.
It's a great privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. It has been an honor to have been part of the lecture and discussion on planetarity with esteemed Professor Dipesh Chakrabarty as part of the 35th C.A. Shepherd Memorial Lecture and third Professor K.T. Sebastian Memorial Scholar in Residence Program held by Department of English in St. Bergman's College. Sir, your words have helped us gain a critical insight into the interdisciplinary fields of science, history, and literature. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Thank you to Professor P.J. Thomas, the head of the department and the organizers, Reverend Father Jose Jacob, and Professor Nitin Verghese for bringing us in contact with one of the greatest minds in the humanities. Thank you for your continued guidance and support. On behalf of the English department, I also thank our technical support team, Mr. Tojo and Mr. Anto, who have helped us to make this program a great success. This program wouldn't have been a success without the online and offline participation we received. Thank you to everybody who has joined from across the country for your time, patience, and enthusiasm. Thank you all, and hope you have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.